right, am I muted now? Nope, it says I have sound. Okay, let's get captions up. You. Right. Let's put up chat. Let's oh, Mr. Bill, holy crap. What are you doing so fast? You're fast, man. Quick on the draw. Good morning, Mr. Bill.
917 air tag, Victor.
Can you hear me okay?
Hey, let's go to
Is my
the
audio all right?
Ground for your work with Peter over there.
Oh, I hear myself on the TV. I must have audio. Looks like I got 4 viewers going on. Welcome, everybody. It's still early. Well, not for some of you guys. It's already afternoon. It's early for me. It's middle of the night for me. Douglas Shatley. There's a new name. Chris Jarvis, welcome back.
I mean, I'm sure it's not like that, but I wonder if
Welcome, Douglas Shatley. Welcome to the show. That's a new name.
We shall see.
Oh, sorry, guys, if I'm a little raspy and I cough a lot. About to tell you, Douglas Shatley, if you look on the screen, that's a little worse than what we have here right now. That's up the mountain, but we're pretty close to that right now. And I have lung problems to begin with, which these don't help, admittedly. Oh, hi, my wife is in here. Hi, baby. But yeah, we've got, we had a shift in weather, and
you're
now
getting the high smoke on the east side.
Oh, is Tommy on too? I checked and I didn't see him on. I didn't know he was on.
Showing you're getting
Oh well,
a little bit more
I'm doing what I do.
allowing that smoke to rise a little bit higher.
I know, I just checked a bunch of stuff too. It didn't see many. I saw Will live. I saw MDG, who's always live. I come up with the Jan. But yeah, so we're dealing with this smoke right over here too. I was watching Manny being Manny at Portland Ice. Yeah, that was a while ago. And I have issues that I should be taking care of that I don't. So I'm a little hoarse and probably coughing a little bit to in response.
No way to get the phone to sit any other way. That's fine.
Yeah, not doing great.
Yeah,
So Douglas Shatley, am I assuming that you're somebody I know, but with a name I don't know? So I guess I can say welcome back. I don't recognize the name. Yeah, Bill.
Tony, thank
much
you
as
so
I don't
much
like
for
to
the
advertise
PayPal.
it, it's right here.
Really appreciate your support.
I've been, over the last 36 hours, I guess I could say, I've been having a rough time of it. That's why I haven't been going live and haven't been joining lives, because nobody wants to hear me cough like a 90-year-old man every 5 minutes. Yeah, West Coast Storm Chasers. He's up on Mount Hood right now. Looks like he's heading towards Meadows. Godfrey's, what's up? I saw you put a video up that I was interested in, but then it got lost in my search thing, and I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to check your channel out later and see what's going on. What is good ice, Bill? What does that mean?
Yeah, okay, so
Jesse's
the
in here.
road up
Holy
here
crap.
to Meadows is open, but obviously the lodge
Getting quite a few
itself is
people
closed.
in here right now. Thank you, everybody. Haven't done a live from home for a while. I was hoping everything still worked. I didn't want to go through my sound system. That's why I got the headphones on, because I unplugged everything and I don't want to be caught
What's up, B-Rad?
plugging it back in the wrong way on live stream. So I just said hell with it, cheated, and went with the headphones. It's easier that way. It's one plug and done. But yeah, so it's been kind of active in the news. I've been Paul Tissue, welcome. I've been itching to do a live, but I'm dealing with other health problems as well. I had a very, very long work week last week, as some of you may have saw. I did a video from work, and I did a week's worth of 14, 15-hour shifts, and it took its toll. Times like that remind me I'm not a spring chicken anymore. So I did a rare thing last night and actually took a night off. I don't normally do that. Lady A yells at me all the time, just call in. And I'm stubborn, and we need money. So
Further east on 35, about 4.5 miles from Meadows Road, 35
it kills me. That's
yeah,
big,
AG.
big
That's
chunk
where
of my
we
paycheck
were.
went missing last night, and I'm going to regret it here in a couple days.
Back to. I just wanted to check out to see. If
Yeah, there's lots of things going on. So I'm trying to take care of myself a little bit.
I was
thank
just making
everybody
sure
for
they were
being in
saying
here.
that they were just en route to Meadows for some reason, and not that
The immediate
there's a
major,
vehicle
hey Jeannie, the
headed
immediate
up
and
towards
major
Meadows,
story
like I
for
shouldn't
us
be
right
there.
now in our household is literally what you're seeing on the
just in
screen.
case
The
that's what they
smoke.
meant, I'm just gonna leave.
I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Oregon topography, but we have what's called the Columbia River Gorge that is literally the border between Oregon and Washington,
They're coming for me.
and
man.
it's a
gotta
giant
run.
river valley,
Fortunately, we kind
rather
of stick out
large.
like a sore
It's a
thumb.
major geographical feature in the United States.
Hail
But
destroyed
anyways,
Forerunner with
on
an
the
antenna,
east side of
two
our
antennas,
mountains
a
is the
camera
high
on the
desert.
roof,
On the west side is the
and
Willamette Valley,
logos on the
where
side
most
of
of
it.
us live.
and QR
And
codes.
the winds
So,
normally come from the eastern high
not very
desert
well hidden.
and go through that river valley to get around the mountain range. So everything that happens in eastern Oregon the wind funnels it through the gorge, and it dumps into Portland and the what's called the Willamette Valley, which is south of Portland. And that's where I am. I'm south of Portland in the Willamette Valley, and all
Ed,
of this
thank you so
smoke
much for the super chat. Really
is
appreciate your
the
support
wind
to
is
the
pushing
channel.
it through the gorge, and it's just
Diane,
settling
welcome
in the
to the
valley
official
because the way the
sponsors.
winds
Thank you so
come.
much.
We have the Coast Range,
I
we
will
have the
get your name added to
Cascades,
the list,
and the
as
winds
soon as
just make
I
everything just sit right here in the valley. So
get home.
on a normal basis, that creates
I know I
havoc
have
with
one
my
other name to
allergies
add to that list as well.
because
I haven't been able to do it yet
the Willamette
because it's a
Valley
lot
has
easier
the
to do
highest
it when you're
concentration
actually at
of
home, so.
grass farms in the country. We have very good agriculture here in the Willamette Valley because of I could go on a geographic and historical rant for an hour to explain why, but we'll just say it's really good soil.
Or they got the level one already down there.
So we have really good agriculture, and they grow grass here a lot, and I happen to be allergic to grass pollen. And the way the wind comes, it just kind of sits and settles here in the valley, so all the pollen, like there are times literally when there's yellow clouds over the highway. So the thumbnail was just clickbait. Yeah, I'm not boxing anybody right now. Not today. Not today. Not the I'm just experimenting with thumbnails so I can get things other than just my logo up there for advertisement. So yeah, it's kind of clickbait, but not really.
And here's
anyhow,
where it is really bad.
So now we have the smoke doing the same thing. The smoke is just hanging out in the valley, and we have an older house, and we have a lot of stuff plugged in, and I'm afraid to plug in our freestanding air conditioning because it might do some unnecessary electrical things. So we have fans in the window. So basically, in order to stay cool, we're blowing the smoke right into our bedroom. And it's been a rough sleep the last couple of days. But I imagine there are people out there dealing with much worse. So I'm not going to cry and whine about it.
A lot of
yeah, there we are.
debris falling from the sky right now.
That's the main issue we
Studio,
have
thank you
going
for
on
the
right
10
here
gifted.
right now.
I
Like
appreciate it.
I don't. Yeah, I just saw a guy ride a motorcycle through that. That's got to be horrible. It's got to be absolutely horrible because literally when you're riding, you're just ingesting all of this, at 60, 70 mile an hour. Who's picking blackberries in Oregon today? Well, hopefully not anybody up here. I mean, they're literally canceling events in Portland.
This
The
is
smoke
not
is-
a camera
is at a
exaggeration.
dangerous
This is
level.
literally what it looks
They
like.
have, I saw a map earlier, I don't know where to find it, but that describes the level of smoke in the air and the danger of it, and we are in orange. We are almost in red where I'm at right now. Basically, the red is over there, like where you're looking at, where the fires actually are. But we're in orange, we're close. But other things going on.
I've seen several people on motorcycles.
Let me see if I can get this one on the screen.
Yeah, I agree. It is
Share this
certainly a
tab
choice.
instead.
Not one I'd probably be.
You want to see what's really attacking Oregon?
Will always stand up for Oregon.
Let me make
Paid
this
for by
muted.
friends of
Hold
Tina-
on, stop that for a minute. Let me make this muted. I'm not exactly quick on the draw right now, guys. So cut me a little slack. But we'll see. I saw this morning, and this is hilarious because for those of you who don't know,
Sometimes
that right there is our governor. That is Tina Kotek. She is currently our governor. She is running for governor this year against Christine Drazan. I'm pretty sure you guys are smart enough to look at her and tell she's a Democrat. And she is a progressive, liberal, bordering on communist Democrat who has done nothing good for our state whatsoever. She is actually taking us down the slide into the pit of wet, nasty dog poop. She is destroying Oregon. But as with Democrats' norm, what their modus operandi is she's going to blame it all on Trump. So I'm going to play this for you guys so you can see what we deal with in Oregon government. I know there's a couple locals in here that are already familiar with this, but anyways, here we go.
fighting back looks like this.
Governor Tina Kotek called out the president's actions.
And sometimes it sounds like this.
SNAP benefits now at risk. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek is declaring a food emergency.
But every time Donald Trump attacks Oregon, I will fight back with every.
You notice that deflection? There's all these things going on in Oregon, yet Oregon, oh, look at the hammer. Isn't that clever there? Oregon refuses to cooperate with any federal mandates, anything. Oregon thinks, Salem, that runs Oregon, thinks that they are an autonomous nation. They don't have to go along with federal anything. And they've been driving Oregon into the ground for decades. And here she is saying Trump is attacking Oregon. Oregon does Oregon. This is kind of a hot take, but I don't think Trump even really cares about Oregon. I mean, when he did the Oregon's on fire thing that everybody made fun of, he was actually looking at videos that were a couple years old. That's how little they pay attention to us out here. Unless it's politically expedient, with riots and whatever, it works. It makes a good headline for them, so they'll pay attention to that and use it for their political shenanigans. But for the most part, I mean, I have not seen a president or a presidential candidate in this state since I think 2020. It's ridiculous. Everybody got upset because Kash Patel came to Portland. The left got upset. And that's probably about the most fed attention we get. Kristi Noem and Kash Patel coming here. Most of our senators and House representatives don't even hang out here. They hang out in Washington. Oregon is inconsequential. It's basically a sidebar, a page 3 story. So all of this stuff she's talking about, Trump attacking Oregon, is just horse cocky.
Every tool I have to always protect our people and our rights. As your governor, I will always stand up for Oregon.
Paid for by friends of Tina Kotek, PAC ID 4792.
Sometimes fighting back looks like this.
Fighting back.
Governor Tina Kotek called out the president's actions.
And sometimes it sounds like
Having
this.
a parade.
SNAP benefits now at risk. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek is declaring a food emergency.
But every time Donald Trump attacks Oregon, I will fight back with every tool I have to always protect our people and our rights. I have to always protect our people.
What that's
Every tool I have to always protect our people and our rights. As your governor, I will always.
it's back here.
Declaring a food emergency.
But every time Donald Trump attacks Oregon,
Oh, look at that. It's ice, guys. It's ice. That is why that's on there. See all the smoke in the background? That was ice just clearing out the driveway at some point. And of course, she's going to use that.
I will fight back with.
Let's see what the signs say behind her. Oregon is home. ACLU on a t-shirt. All those purple t-shirts back there are SEIU, or however you say that, the teachers union. That's what those purple shirts. Every time you see those purple shirts, it's union organizers. Oregon is home. I can't read exactly what's on those signs. And isn't that, I think that's our current Keith Wilson. I think that's Keith Wilson right there, which would make this Portland. So that just figures. I think that's Keith Wilson, mayor of Portland. So that would be a Portland protest.
With every tool I
Love the
have.
hammer. Oh, look, Planned Parenthood. So she's saying that Trump is attacking Oregon because of the abortion legislations, which aren't doing anything against abortion in Oregon. He sent it to the states. So whatever's happening in Oregon, it's because of Oregon. Trump is not attacking abortions in Oregon. Oregon has its own say on whether we have abortions or not. And they actually, some years ago, I heard about, they actually made a program to pay for people to come here from out of state to have abortions, because there are neighboring states. Hey, Cajun, Maple Maga Robbie, welcome. Sorry if I'm missing anybody. You guys know when I get wrapped up in my conversation, I don't quite catch everybody in the chat. So welcome everybody. But they actually, some of the surrounding states, I'm going to guess like Idaho, Utah, states that are a little bit more conservative, were passing their own things against abortion. And Oregon was actually using state money to fund people coming in from other states to get abortions here in Oregon. So explain to me, how is that President Trump attacking Oregon? Explain that to me. Somebody make that math work. Oregon does whatever the hell Oregon wants to do. So anything that happens to Oregon, 99% of it falls on Oregonians, or, the Oregonians that are in Salem. I didn't miss you, Robbie. I said it. Cajun says hi to you, baby. She's on the phone right now, but she says hi back, Cajun. But yeah, this is just absolutely ridiculous. They do not care about Oregon and Washington, D.C. Even voting. Usually the presidential race is called for a winner before Oregon votes are even done being tallied. Sometimes before Oregon polls close, because we're on the West Coast. They will take mean averages from California, because out of the tri-states, which is Washington, Oregon, California, out here on the loony left coast, California outvotes half the country usually, I guess, whatever. They have a lot of electoral votes. So they will call California's race like at 7:00 in the evening, our time, because obviously California is going to go blue. So when it's 7:00 in the evening and it's already 75% towards Democrat, they'll just call that. And they won't even mention what happens in Oregon and Washington. And not only that, but we have mail-in voting. So sometimes our tally counts drag on for weeks after the election anyways. So nobody really cares. Oregon and Washington are not going to change the electoral college one bit. So we are totally inconsequential. And I keep saying that to emphasize that whatever happens to Oregon is because of Salem, not because of DC, because of Salem. And this is why she's a piece of shit, because this is what she does. This is what they all do. The Democrats have control over Salem. They won't let it go. I think it's going to be another interesting race. They're going to make it interesting. I think it's already scripted out, our election this year, because I have issues with the what do they call it, the nomination process, and the elections for our nomination to who's going to run against her. And Drazen has been doing this for years and years and years and came close during the last election. But of course, as it works in these Democrat strongholds, there were numbers that came in overnight magically and turned it back to a Democrat lead. So now we have Kotek, who is actually like a mini me of Kate Brown, who was the previous governor, and nobody liked her. So what did Oregon do? They replaced her with somebody who has been in her pocket for her entire term. Tina Kotek was a mini me of Kate Brown, and that's who we got to replace Kate Brown. And so this time around, we had a couple other people. We had David Medina, we had Ed Deal, we had a couple others that weren't very prominent running for the Republican nomination, and all the polls were saying other people, because nobody, Drazen already lost to her. So why did they want to? They didn't want a repeat of that. So the polls were saying that other people were leading, specifically Ed Deal, and somehow at the last minute we ended up with Kristen Drazen again. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, it's all scripted. It's already written out. Tina's going to win, and we're going to go through another at least 4 years of this bullcrap. And I think that's why we ended up with Drazen as our nominee, because they can justify her losing. You see a lot of clickbait on YouTube and X and all that. Commentators saying that, oh, Oregon's turning red, Oregon's turning red, Oregon's turning red. Oregon's been red. The Willamette Valley is blue. And I explained to you guys what the Willamette Valley was a little bit ago. But Oregon is a red state with blue islands in it, and the blue islands are the populous centers. There's a lot of very sparsely populated areas in Oregon. A lot of western states are like that. Utah, Texas, Nevada, Arizona. You've got the population centers, and then the rest of it is one person per 100 square miles or something like that. I need a real adult to do these things for me over the Army chaplains today. I don't know what that means. I did a dumb and canceled my car insurance. The guy was being a dick because my rate went up. Now I'm getting quoted or everywhere I call and getting charged. Yeah, that's how insurance is a scam. It's retarded. It's I can't say the tard word. But anyways, so that's how it works in Oregon. The reason we have these fires, they're saying that Spokane eclipsed us. I'm sure you guys have seen Quincy's been on it quite a bit. He actually went there to the fires in Spokane. That wasn't so much of the size of the fire that made it so important and newsworthy. It was because of how fast it erupted, and now we're finding out that it was more than likely arson, which is absolutely horrendous. That makes me really, really angry. The ones in Oregon were natural. We had a lightning storm that just completely blew up the eastern side. I've not seen anything on the Oregon fires that say it was arson. But the Spokane one was, and the thing is it took off so fast and it was so close to a populated area. So that made it the number one fire in the country for 48 hours or whatever it was, and they had to have an instant response and the Conflagration Act and all of that. But in the meantime, um, Oregon is sitting down here quietly having the largest fires in the country. And we've had a couple over the last decade or so. We've had a couple of really, really bad wildfire seasons. Huge. 2020 or 2021. I'm not sure which year was really, really bad. And that came close to home. That was a scary one. And it destroyed a couple of actual towns, not just houses. It literally wiped a couple towns off the map. And this year they're saying is breaking those records for size wise and containment wise and all of that. But a lot of it is in rural areas and it's not affecting a lot of structures or anything like that. So it's not getting the attention that the fire got because the Spokane fire did like 600 plus structures. When they say structures, that's not 600 plus houses. They count every outbuilding, every shed, every well house, every silo, every doghouse, anything that's an actual structure they count. So that 600 plus number is a little deceptive, but it's still a lot of things burning. Um, if somebody burned my shed or my garage, that would be almost as bad as my house burning. So it's still tragic. And yes, Jeannie, it is terrifying. Um, it's incredibly terrifying. If none of you guys have ever experienced a wildfire up close, um, it's hell on earth. I'm just gonna say it, and I'm not. That's not being hyperbolic. It is literally hell on earth, and I have much, much, much gigantic, huge respect for these fire crews and the first responders that go out there and deal with this for a living, for as a lifestyle. I knew a couple of what do they call them, smoke jumpers that literally when stuff like this happens, they get on a helicopter and airplane and go there and literally jump out of helicopters to go dig fire lines in the middle of a forest and whatever. They got those little foil blankets that they carry around in case they get it. And some of them have got engrossed and couldn't escape and had to go under their emergency blankets. I mean, that's some scary shit, guys. If you've never watched a documentary on it or something like that, I would recommend doing that. Yeah, 2 million acres. Yeah, babe. Yeah, my wife has been she's been more hooked on the news than I have over the last week because I've been super busy with work and all. So she's bless her, she's helping keep me updated on news stories and stuff. S- So Lady A has been very instrumental in keeping me fairly updated because I've been too tired to watch like I normally do. We've kind of switched places over the last week when it comes to news, and that's a little bit funny to me, a little bit amusing. It's an RV fire that started a forest fire when I was a teenager. Scariest thing, I bet. Yeah, I mean, forest fires, even grassland fires, any of these wildfires, and they move deceptively fast. You wouldn't think, but it's like almost movie like to watch this creep across the field. I've watched it um, creep across the grass field, and it's almost like you're watching a video sped up 2 times. Um, it's crazy. It's crazy. And Mother Nature is awesome. Mother Nature is incredible, and we like to think that we've tamed the planet, and we have not. We have not. When Mother Nature decides she wants to do something, we're not stopping it. So I'm in awe of natural disasters and things of that sort because it's humbling. It's very humbling. Oh, let's stop looking at Mr. Kotek here, and we'll go back over here. Yeah, nobody wants to see Mrs. Kotek. Mr. Kotek. Yeah, nobody wants to see Mr. Kotek, definitely. We'll look at the wildfires. What we're looking at here, he's in Parkdale, which is the east side. if you go from the top of Mount Hood down to Hood River, which is in the gorge, Parkdale is like halfway in between there. So he's on the east side of Mount Hood right now, which from where I'm sitting, probably 2.5 hour drive without delays, about a 2.5 hour drive. So not that far. And out here in Oregon, in rural Oregon, we judged it. A lot of you guys are like 2.5 hours. Oh my God, that's forever. But we judge things differently out here. 2.5 hour drive doesn't feel like that long to us. I've been known to put 1,000 miles on my bike in a day. When you live out in the country, some of you guys live out in rural areas, but out here, out the West, there are huge rural areas. So you can go like an hour without seeing a town. So 2.5 hours is not that far to us. It's still local. Is Snooks in here? Hey, Snooks, how's it going? How's it going? So let me see if I could come up with this other story over here, because the other one, I guess I can go back to YouTube over here. And this is the one that's going to be, everybody's going to be watching, because last night we had some issues at the ICE building. Last night or / this morning. Well, there's actually 2 ICE related stories within the last 24 hours. Why is it not coming up? Well, let's go to news. This is only a couple minutes long. Let me find a longer one. Here we go. Let's go to this one. We'll pause it, swear over to here. This is what happened at ICE last night, guys. How do I make it play?
Good morning, and thank you for joining us live at 8 o'clock. I'm China Green.
And I'm Matthew Herchuk. We're going to get to your weather and traffic in just a minute, but we're continuing to follow that breaking news in South Portland, where police are investigating a homicide.
This is near the ICE facility, but we want to make it clear that police say at this point there is no indication that ICE is involved in this in any way. Our Libby Dowsett is live at the scene. Libby, you just spoke with Portland police, so what did they tell you?
Well, they filled in some of the questions here
Hopefully
we've
you guys
had
can
all
hear that.
morning. Namely, this is a shooting investigation, a homicide investigation involving a shooting. At about 4:10 this morning, Portland police tell us a sergeant spotted a car crashed into this building you can see on South.
Just to orient you guys, what we're looking at now, where that police canopy shield thing is that they're blocking a view, that is the corner where DJ Dipshit always sets up. That is directly across from the driveway. Is this gonna work? Yeah. This is the auto mechanic shop that everybody hangs out in front of. Right behind this truck is what Bill calls Bill's Curbs. This is the corner where they all hang out, where the frogs dance and whatnot. So in case you're not getting oriented properly, I'll clue you in. This right here, if you could see my cursor, this is Inflation Station over here, and literally right where these black canopy wall things are is where DJ Dipshit sets up his equipment, and where this tripod thing right here on a normal night would be Standstill Media's tripod. Pretend Media stands right there. His tripod would be like right there where this one is. So now you guys are properly oriented at what you're looking at.
South Bancroft. Now that is at South Moody, the corner of those 2 streets,
Cool. I'll have to check
right
that out in a
across
minute.
from the ICE facility. And we want to mention, he wanted to stress,
Yeah, they're
that this
actually
is not
standing,
related
filming
to
from
the ICE
Patriot Corner right
facility
now.
as far as they know at this point. Right then, there were reports of shots fired in the same area. So, shots fired and a car into a building. And after investigating, police say the shooting most likely happened at Macadam and South Bancroft. Police believe the suspect in the shooting took off in a vehicle. The shooting victim, meantime, in his vehicle appeared to have rolled down the hill right here on Bancroft and into the building we are seeing right now, surrounded by officers' vehicles. They are clearing out a bit from what we showed you in past hours, but they are still on the scene with the streets closed off. Police say the man appeared unconscious.
Yeah, that's my
Officers
theory too,
attempted
Jess. It
life-saving
probably
measures,
happened up
but were
on
unable to save
Macadam up
him.
there,
And here's what
he came
Portland
down the
Police
hill
Bureau
and ended up in that
spokesperson Mike Benner
auto shop.
had to say.
Anytime there's gunfire and someone loses their life as a result of it, it is incredibly, incredibly concerning. But at this point, we do not believe there's anyone going around town shooting indiscriminately.
And Benner wanted to mention the streets are still closed off all around this area. We're on South Bond, a block from the scene. It's closed off. Neighbors are having to walk around, go with a police officer one by one to get their vehicles. And again, he wanted to stress that the ICE facility, as far as they know, is not related to this incident.
But it will be. But it will be. How much you want to bet? They're going to find the name of the victim. And my guess is, and this is speculation, so don't quote me on this. I won't get any libel, but my guess, my theory is it's probably some kind of gang stuff, because some stuff happened earlier in another neighborhood not too far away earlier in the night. And they had another one over the weekend, a giant house party that ended up shooting up a neighborhood. There's a whole bunch of that in Portland this weekend. Bunch of youths and doing their gang and hoodlum shit. And my guess is somebody probably got into some kind of gunfight up on Macadam and was trying to get away, probably got blasted through a window or something and lost control and ended up in that building, which has absolutely nothing to do with ICE. But how much you want to bet that they're going to be standing there tonight or tomorrow with signs saying somehow it's all Trump's fault and it's all ICE's fault because it happened across the street from the ICE building. So somehow it's going to be connected to ICE, even though I'm sure it has at less than zero to do with ICE at all. But somehow they're going to twist it, and we're going to have Pam down there smoking her 18,000 cigarettes. I mean, I don't usually like to talk shit about people smoking because you guys know I smoke quite a bit, but she puts me to shame. She literally has to go through 2 packs a day. And so even though I'm a smoker, I can legitimately talk about her smoking without being a hypocrite because she's just extra. Reggie and I had a gun pulled on us a couple months ago when we tried to tell someone, he almost ran us off the road. Yeah, Portland is pew pew city lately. There's I've been noticing there's been a lot of news articles about pew pew incidents all around the city. It's ramping up. It's ramping up, and I'm not gonna sit here and speculate as to why, but there is definitely a trending uptick. Tahiti Wave, how are you? Pam's on coke, smoke 'em up. Yeah, sometimes I wonder what's in those cigarettes she smokes. So then the other story, let's go back to news. Spokane fires. Ooh, they get a good look at it here. Here's the other one, and I will explain why this is connected.
Tonight, for the first time, we're getting an up-close look inside the huge Centennial Mills warehouse that went up in flames yesterday. Worries now that that building could still collapse. Lisa Balick getting exclusive drone video of what's inside.
The big concern right now is the water tower that's perched on top. The worry is that it could come crashing down. Tonight, we're giving you an inside look at what's happening with the building thanks to this Kaput.
And just to let you guys know, this one kind of caught my eye because I'm into old buildings. This is like a early, turn of the century warehouse. Used to be a flour mill. a prominent flour mill on the Portland riverfront, and it's in an area um, that was called the waterfront. Oh, I can't think of I can't think of the name of the neighborhood, but for the last 10 to 15 years, they've been taking this old neighborhood, old town, and tearing down all the old buildings and putting up new um, condo complexes and residential high rises. And this was one of the survivors. They had not got to this yet, and people were actually talking about refurbishing it and making it other things, maybe putting a nightclub in there, putting some residential units in there, whatnot. They definitely were trying to save this landmark building and turn it into something new and useful. It got yeah, Portland is like the most horrible city for trying to do stuff like that. So they've been caught in courts and paperwork for years and years, and it's gone through a different couple of different owners because of all the red tape in Portland. But it's still it was a survivor, and I travel a lot, and I go to what's called Union Station. It's our um, historical landmark building that houses the Amtrak station, and now they have Greyhound in there and whatever. So when you travel in and out of Portland, you go to Union Station, which is only a few blocks from this. So if you stand at the right place in that area, you can see this building from there. So I've seen this building quite a bit and I've liked it. The water tower on top is a really cool feature. I guess they had a major fire in the early 1900s somewhere, and that giant water tower on the top was actually put up there for a fire suppression system way back, like in the depression type days or whatever. So seriously cool landmark. It had been taken over by squatters. The theory is that's probably how the fire started. Homeless and druggies had taken it over. You could see the graffiti all over it, which is really sad. But they did still have plans on doing that. And like I said, at the end of this article, I will explain to you where the tie-in
This
is.
fire chief's special mapping drone. Investigators don't know what started the huge fire Sunday around 4 p.m. Flames and smoke seen for miles. 100 firefighters were working to keep it from spreading. Crews putting out hot spots this morning. Inside, the wooden floors are gone. The Scappoose Fire District called in to use their special 3D mapping drone to examine the integrity of the building and perhaps find out where the fire started. They observed a stress crack in the corner of the building.
Yeah,
The
hang
drone
on. I
video
want
being
to illustrate what I was saying earlier. That drone shot just showed it. If you look at this shot right here, oh, let me go a little farther. Come on. You can see, yep, my cursor's working. You guys can see my cursor, right? All of these buildings right here are all newer within the last, like I said, 10, 15 years or so. These are all newer residential condo complexes, big money. And you could see that it starts at the steel bridge here and slowly creeped up. And this is going, we're looking south right now. So it's been creeping up the waterfront. And they took out actually one of these buildings, maybe the one that's still here, or there was a building here that had housed the mounted police for Portland, the horse police, the horseback police for Portland Police Bureau were in a building right here, but you can see they tore these down. So they're slowly creeping up with all this, but this building was supposed to survive. Landmark, historical value, probably could have, had some kind of designation or something like that. Very special. Not to sound cheesy, but very special, very dear to, I'm sure, a lot of people in that neighborhood and to a lot of us that don't live in that neighborhood. So that's why this is so important. It's not just a random building burning, if you follow what I'm saying, because this is all creeping up. And normally this would have been torn down to make progress for these, but they were going to keep it and do something with it. And now they can't.
perhaps find out where the fire started. They observed a stress crack in the corner of the building. The drone video being shared in real time with structural engineers and other experts to decide what to do. A big worry? The huge steel water tower on top. It's why the nearby Amtrak train tracks are blocked off. No service between Seattle and Portland. A wide section around the area, Northwest NATO Parkway, cordoned off.
Yeah, I'm an Amtrak fan because I cross the country on Amtrak I used to. I haven't for a couple of years, but I've spent a lot of time going back and forth on trains. And when you leave to go anywhere towards the north out of the Union Station, you can't see it because of the ticker down here, but the railroad tracks that Amtrak uses, they leave the station, and like you can see this in plain sight. And that's what they're saying right now is if this collapses, it may fall down on the railroad tracks, and that's going to be bad. It's also a freight line. The USBNF, I think maybe I don't know. The freight railroads use that too. So this is causing havoc with rail line traffic right now as well.
Just in case.
The structure has been compromised structurally. This is a very dangerous situation still. We anticipate that could be have a collapse potential, and so that's why we're keeping NATO Parkway closed between Northwest 9th and Northwest 15th.
Portland police have been inside in the past to clear out homeless campers, despite a fence around the long vacant property. I asked Portland's mayor about developers struggling to get permits needed to level the building and turn it into housing and retail space or a nightclub.
It's an important piece of real estate for Portland, but this has been a conversation
Yeah, and when Portland says that, they mean $1,600 to $2,000 a month one-room apartments that the city will subsidize for people that can't afford them. The apartments that you guys see across from ICE are a perfect example of that. They've for 20 years now, they've been refurbishing the South Waterfront, which is the neighborhood that ICE is in. It's at the southern edge of the South Waterfront district, and that used to be old shipyards, just big gravel fields that people had iron stored in and things like that. I think Gunderson owned it, which is a giant shipbuilding steel place here in Portland. They talked about putting a baseball field down there, all this, all that, and then it just turned into giant expensive condos and apartment complexes. And the place across, I can't think of the name of it right now, but the place kitty corner to ICE that is in the news all the time was part of that development. And what they have to do, part of urban planning, is for every development that these rich people come in and make these giant high dollar buildings out of, they have to have a certain percentage of low income housing, quote unquote, low income housing. But what actually happens is say they make a bunch of $1 million condos and, $700,000 condos. They make a building full of $400,000 condos or $2,500 a month apartments. And then they subsidize in Section 8 them so that, homeless drug addicts can go move in there and people with no jobs can move in there. And then the city pays for it and the state pays for it. So when they say low income housing in Oregon, it's not low income housing. It's just housing that the taxpayers have to pay for.
Been going on for years, if not more than a decade. The good news is it was in the planning phases of redevelopment.
For now, it's too dangerous for investigators and firefighters to go inside. Conversations underway how to perhaps safely remove or demolish the water tower on top.
You just gave a spoiler
So for
alert.
now, the section of Northwest NATO Parkway will remain closed for some time. In Northwest Portland, Lisa Balick, KOIN 6 News.
Am I the only one that thinks that's like the ugliest news lady on the planet? So anyways, they didn't say it, but Jesse did. The connection here that makes it interesting is the owner of that building is the same owner of the ICE building. Go figure. So conspiracy theories run rampant now. It's the same developer, the same landowner that owns the ice building that everybody's protesting in front of that you guys see on a nightly basis. Same person. I don't know the name of the company. I'd have to do some digging, but yeah, it kind of makes you think a little bit, doesn't it? With all the things that are going on at ICE, and what got me was there was a rumor running around for a minute that they were going to move the ICE facility out of that building because of all the drama there and find somewhere else in Portland to house ICE. Since they already have a relationship with the owner of that building, it would make sense they would go to another one of his buildings. And that complex of buildings with that warehouse in it housed, like I said earlier, they housed a section of Portland Police Bureau already. So apparently the owner of the property has relationship with City Hall and things of that sort. So I wonder, here, and this is completely disclaimer, this is a complete speculation. This is just a random theory. So don't quote me on it and about it. Don't get me in trouble for it. But I'm wondering if that rumor got out to the wrong people and they wanted to nip it in the bud. If they heard some kind of rumor about that complex or that area being used for a future ICE facility or something like that, I wonder if they wanted to get rid of it because they've been known to do things of that sort before. Lindquist Development Company? Why does that sound familiar? I know that company. I don't know why, but I know that company. Ed Eagle, what's up, buddy? Bourbon Rose, I don't think I said hello to you. Welcome in. So yeah, Lindquist Development Company sounds really, really familiar to me for some reason. I'll have to look into that. I might know that company for some various reasons. As you guys know, I was in construction for a lot of years, and I did quite a bit of work in the Portland area. So I may have been affiliated with that company at some point, or so. I'm not saying I was, but it sounds familiar. So I may have been adjacent to that company of some point or something like that. I'll have to look into it. But anyways, yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. Probably way off base, but to me, it sounds feasible with the way that they behave. I'm talking about the loony left, the protesters, call them Antifa, call them what you will. The anti-ICE crowd has been known to be destructive, violent, vandals. They've been known to do things extreme. So, to me, it doesn't sound that far off base. It sounds like a possibility. Cypher PSN, that's a new name. I don't ever recognize seeing that name before. Welcome. Kathy Walker, welcome in. Glad some people are listening to me babble. That's awesome. Welcome, guys. I'm obliged to say if you haven't hit the correct buttons, please do so. I would appreciate that. It's a free way of supporting the channel. But yeah, so there we go. A couple of big stories local that pertain to ICE. So that makes them a little bit more interesting to us. Check DM. Okay, Ed, I'm looking right now. Give me a second. I'm a little bit slow on the take right now, so it takes me a minute to operate my technology. But let me look here. I'm guessing you're meaning on X. Hello, phone. Thank you. My phone's being really slow too. Oh, there we go. I found you. Oh crap! What is this? Ooh, we're gonna have to look at this. Oh, good catch, Ed. Let me bring this up and we'll see what we can see. Do I have X on here? Heck with it. I'm not even going to change the tab. I'm not even going to change it. You guys can watch me look it up. How do you search? Here we go. Let's look this up. Here we go. Okay. Oh, why is it not showing it? Share this tab instead. There we go. Okay. Just hours before the historic Centennial Mills warehouse in Portland partially collapsed, arson, this alleged suspect dressed in an inflatable frog costume was filmed ranting about local developer Stuart Lindquist. Okay, let's bring this up and listen.
Damn it, and do something about the chaos on McAdam. Right here, we're live with Frog and Friends News. Stuart Lindquist, the owner of the ICE Detention Center on McAdam, was greenlit for a development project right here at the old Centennial Mills site, a famous structure on the Portland waterfront since 1910.
Why is the frog using a fake Australian accent? That's throwing me off right now because you can listen to it and tell he's not really Australian. Why is he using a fake Australian accent?
The Portland Design Commission approved the project back in October 2025, despite the controversy surrounding Stuart Lindquist's fascist fucking tenants and the refusal to consider any of the damage that they have caused in the South Waterfront neighborhood. After numerous calls for the city to revoke the fucking ICE permit and do something about the chaos on McAdam, the city council settled for a fine structure that would fine Lindquist whenever his tenants violate the land use permit, which they do all the fucking time, cunt. Unfortunately, the Multnomah County Circuit Court put a stay on the fines that have yet to even be enforced, as Lindquist has filed an appeal with his lawyer claiming political persecution, and that Lindquist's decision to lease space to ICE itself is protected political. Right here, we're live with Frog and Friends News. Stuart Lindquist, the owner of the ICE Detention Center on McAdam, was greenlit for a development project right here at the old Centennial Mills site, a famous structure on the Portland waterfront since 1910. The Portland Design Commission approved the project back in October 2025, despite the controversy surrounding Stuart Lindquist's fascist fucking tenants and the refusal.
Okay, so because he made a business decision to lease out space to the federal government, why does that make him a bad person? I don't understand that. He is a developer. He is a business owner. He needed a tenant. They came up, probably offered him good money, more money than he could probably get on the open market because we know how federal government spends money. Why is there controversy around him? Because he leased his building to somebody. If I go out and commit a heinous crime today, does my landlord become liable for that? Is it his fault that I did something people didn't like? Let's say I go out and protest a Planned Parenthood place and there's an altercation there. Is our landlord on the hook for that? I don't understand the connection. I really don't.
To consider any of the damage that they have caused in the South Waterfront neighborhood. After numerous calls for the city...
The damage they have caused the South Waterfront neighborhood. As far as I know, before all these protesters showed up, it was just another building with cars going in and out of it. They didn't cause any damage to that neighborhood. You guys, with your idiocy and your stupid miscreant street party in front of it for a year now, has caused the damage. So let's get our story straight, you ridiculously ignorant frog person.
Revoke the fucking ICE permit and do something about the chaos on McAdam. The city council settled for a fine structure that would fine Lindquist whenever his tenants violate the land use permit, which they do.
And it's also, in case some of you don't quite get this, it's also a voiceover, guys. He is not talking into that microphone. Because first of all, if he was, it would be at the throat hole, because that's where his actual face is. He keeps putting it up here and pointing it out. This is a voiceover, guys. This is an edited video made for a specific purpose.
All the fucking time, cunt. Unfortunately, the Multnomah County Circuit Court put a stay on the fines that have yet to even be enforced.
And if you listen to the voiceover carefully, those of us who edit videos can tell he recorded it like in a bathroom or something, that his voice is reflecting off a tile surface. And so this was filmed down here and then voice-overed and edited at home.
Lindquist has filed an appeal with his lawyer claiming political persecution and that Lindquist's decision to lease space to ICE itself is protected political speech. Right, yeah, we're live with.
But there you go, guys. There you go. This was put out hours before the fire. Ed, you said that there is a what? Alleged picture of the suspect? This is the guy that's in the frog suit? Pacific Power Equipment? Is he an electrician? Huh. Antifa protesters sound like, oh, he's trying to figure out who the person is.
We're
It looks like the church, they're leaving.
Come on.
They don't really have any good conversation.
No, come on.
Right, yeah, we're live with Frog and Friends News. Stuart Lindquist, the owner of the ICE Detention Center on
Doing what I
McAdam.
wanted it to do. There we go. I want this.
We're live here at the Portland ICE facility, and we're going to discuss the useless fucking bill that the city council decided to pass today. They're trying to impose a fine structure upon the landlord of the ICE facility, Stephen fucking Lundquist, local fucking douchebag. We fucking hate him. He's a fucking piece of shit, he is. They're trying to impose some fines upon him for the rampant violations of our civil rights here. Fines will be imposed if he ever renews the lease, which is up for renewal in 2033. That's fucking 7 years from now. What are we gonna have?
We can do math.
They better not be fucking doing this shit in 7 fucking years. However, they're going to impose fines directly upon ICE for violations that they commit, such as tear gassing local children. Unfortunately, they have billions of fucking dollars, cunt. Oh no, my fucking hands are tied. Oh, what am I supposed to do against this fascism? Well, fucking something, cunt. We don't fucking appreciate that, cunt. We don't fucking like that at all. Anyways, this is Frog News. Thanks for being with me today. I'll see you all cunts next.
It looks like the church, they're leaving. They don't really have any good conversation and nothing to talk.
Oh, that's in Madison. I don't know what that means. But anyways, yeah. So I guess I was not the only one that's looking at an Antifa connection here. Craziness. Okay. So there's that. Well, okay, from a nonprofit, little oversight. Yeah, whatever. Decision about my response to make sure states' actions reflect Oregon's values and serve the public. Oregon's values are about paying our bills and being somewhat successful in life, and you are hindering that at every turn, sir. How about you? Take care of Oregon, sir. Oh, Tommy's fixing his bike. I'm gonna have to hit him up. And he's putting it back together himself. Nice. I'm proud of him. Proud of your boy. There's all kinds of weird shit going on. Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, this is, I mean, not believe this. It's been going around. This is that Eagle Club. It's been going around, so check it out. Apparently, cops are actually doing something about these guys. Thank you, Ed Eagle, by the way. Now we're actually looking at one of your posts, but thank you for the direction on that. I appreciate it. Amen clutch, buddy. Listen to them all scream and whine, bunch of babies. They're so tough when there's nothing. You know, these are the same, you hear all this crying and screaming in the background, and these are the same people that stand in cops' faces when they think the cops aren't allowed to do anything and call them, you know, P words and all of this and race traitors and talk about unaliving themselves, and they want things to happen to their families. They run their mouths all this much. They run their mouths constantly, blah 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 blah, and act like they're so tough. But as soon as they take the shackles off law enforcement, they're crying like little babies. Inject this video in my veins. Yeah, I agree. This is positivity right here. This makes me happy. But yeah, I love hearing them cry and scream and oh my god, help me, help me, help me. I love to hear that. I really do. Because first of all, they're not really getting hurt. They're not really getting hurt. If they were really getting hurt, it would be a different story. I don't like to see people get hurt, you know. As much as I hate these people and they're despicable and I want to see them get their comeuppance, I don't like to see people physically hurt in situations like this. So if they were actually getting hurt, it would be a different story, but they're not. You lay one finger on them and they start screaming like you know, like you're drilling into their abdomen with a jackhammer or something. And it's all cosplay, it's all theater. So you love to hear it. You love to hear them cry. All right, I'm going to play this a time or two because this makes me happy. Yeah, this makes me extreme. Look at that. Look at all the graffiti all over everywhere. It's absolutely horrible. They destroy everywhere they go. They're like roaches. They're literally like roaches. Yeah, one more time I want to hear them scream. And then we'll move on to something else. It makes my heart giggle. It literally makes my heart giggle to hear them screaming. Oregon paid nearly $3 billion in tariffs, hit harder than any other states, according to a report. Well, do you know why? Who put this on here? Of course, it was Ron Wyden. It's despicable. Yeah, Ron Wyden is probably the speech coach for Mushmouth on Pam Spaces. Anyways, Oregon's getting hit bad in tariffs because Oregon doesn't produce anything. Oregon is a flow-through state. And the biggest businesses we have all rely on things coming from everywhere. We got Nike, we got Intel. These are the biggest companies that we have around here, and they use things from other places. They're importing goods for their businesses. I did not, Tahiti Waves. I did not. But that's why we get hit harder, because we don't actually produce anything. Oregon is not a state that makes stuff unless you know, left-handed, hand-weaved Native American fruit basket thing. But I mean, you know, we're not going to mass produce those. Carolyn B went there. Are you talking about the Minnesota area, Bourbon? I thought I heard you talking about that in a different chat earlier, a couple days ago or a day ago or something like that. No, I did not box Golden Gloves. I have boxed. It's not my specialty, but no, I did not box Golden Gloves. I've gotten beaten up by Golden Gloves boxers. Does that count? I'm not scared to admit I've had my ass beat a lot, but that's part of what you go through. You can't learn to beat other people's ass if you don't get your ass beat first. But yeah, Oregon imports everything. And I think we used to have Gunderson, I don't know how much of a factor they are anymore. They used to be that's the only real manufacturing I can think of as far as like blue collar stuff. We have no I'm pretty sure we have an agricultural base for our exporting, but Oregon's pretty lame when it comes to industry. So, and if I'm correct, I don't know the stats on this. So, um, don't take this as God's gospel, but um, Oregon, the Portland area's economy is largely based on technology. We had, is it Seaman? I think my parents used to work for the west side around Beaverton and all of that. Other than Nike, they have the Nike complex there, but other than that, they have and then a lot of technology based um, companies, and then you go a little farther west into like Aloha and the Farmington area and stuff like that, and you have the giant Intel complex. So, but that's not industry. That's not producing things like you do in Midwest cities, in the eastern cities. So, us getting hit by tariffs is because we probably, like I said, without stats to back it up, but we probably take in more than we send out. And so you're going to expect that we're going to get hit with tariffs. If we would convert our industry and our economic structure here in Oregon to more of something that's production based, and we have the demographic to support it. We have plenty of people in this region for low skill jobs, but Oregon tends to import high skill labor so they can work in the technology field, and they've been doing that for ever since I've moved here, 30 years ago. So it's a little bit of a different um, economic demographic here. So that tariff thing does not really hit that hard. When you import all the goods for your businesses, what is that? Is that hot coffee? Oh, you rock. You are so awesome right now. I love my wife. I love my wife. Can't build harbors on Oregon coast. Rivers aren't big enough to navigate. Oregon will never grow big time. Exactly, Godfrey's. It's it's a weird way to say it, but Oregon cities are forced into where they are. They are not. There's some geographic advantages to them. Obviously, we have the Willamette River and the Columbia River that lead out to the Columbia Bar and Astoria and all of that. But Oregon basically became a thing because of timber. What is that? That's a really weird siren. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. We just had a wildfire truck go by us. That means it may be close. My producer is on it. Are those green or red? Green, yellow, or red?
They're green and red, and that's all the water trucks.
Which way are they going? Out of town towards Grand Ron? Well, yeah, you can smell smoke. We've been inundated with smoke for 2.5 days. Grand Ronde?
Large vegetation fire just outside Will Minot. So that means it's right here somewhere in one of these fields at the end of the road.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. Apparently we have a large wildfire in close proximity. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. If I have to cut the feed, then you guys will know why. Apparently we have a wildfire really close. So there we go. There's some excitement. I'm going to drink my hot coffee and hope I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, we don't have the geographic capacity to grow that much larger. And I think that's why Oregon, they in the 80s they embraced the microchip and other technologies, and it exploded Portland in the 90s. Build an interstate from Gold Beach to Boise. Well, we have interstates, but not very good ones. Well, the people in Southern Oregon don't want Southern Oregon to grow. That's why they're in Southern Oregon. That's the thing. If they want to be in a city, they move up here to the Willamette Valley. But most of these people outside the Willamette Valley are there for a reason. They don't want to live in San Francisco. And there we go. What? Huh. Well, you know what, guys? If you will permit me, I am going to see if I can. I don't know where to look it up, though. I don't know where to look it up. Oh, wait, you're going to put a link in chat? Look at you. She's becoming a producer, guys. She is helping me out. Oh, there's a bike. Hopefully he's not riding into anything. Excuse me. Oof. I wonder if I should bring up Facebook and see if I can find anything on. Amity's on fire too? Yuck. Where is my Facebook? There it is. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people are doing that, Bourbon Rose. It's as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of disingenuous. I don't like it. Here we go. Wildland fire, 5,000 block of Rice Lane in Amity. That's just over the hill from us. Come on, shall we post? There we go. No, it's a couple miles away still. That's by the casino. Is it? No, it's longer than that. That says the crow flies, though, probably. And this is only 4 minutes ago, so it's happening right now. So we got one there, and then Amity's not that far from us either. And there's a lot of field in between here and Amity. So if that was to get out of control, it would be bad. I'm not worried about the field. I'm worried about all the vegetation on the hill. Yeah, see, they're postponing events because of our fires. Yam Hill closed their night out. Oh, Carlton said, hell with it. We're doing it anyways. Amity postponed their national night out. Dayton has a new location due to high heat and smoke. Yeah, and that's all close, guys. This is all my local neighborhood. Air quality alert. Yeah, but I'm kind of curious. Man, I almost want to get in the car and go out there. But that means I have to get dressed. Oh, honey, what are you doing? Is there any way possible I can talk you into throwing my clothes in the dryer? You look like the throw clothes in the dryer person. Thank you. Be careful, YouTube is what are they gonna be sensitive about? What am I doing, Bourbon? Am I doing something wrong that I don't realize I'm doing wrong? What is this? 31 minutes ago. Oh, this is Katie. This is Katie talking about Oh, they're towing the car. This is the situation down at ICE. Oh, don't start buffering. Come on. I need to get rid of some of these tabs. I got too much stuff going on. Get rid of some of these tabs. Just so you guys know, I might deal with some buffering and whatnot because my my data is paycheck, which is still a couple days from now.
Yeah, didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Come on, would you just play it? Again, you guys will recognize that because they're filming from Patriot Corner. I'm sure some of you guys might not recognize it with the sun out. It'll probably look a lot more familiar to you guys in the dark.
ICE not involved?
No.
Yeah, didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go across the street and film down the hill. Come on, Katie. You know how to do this. Best views in Portland. It said on that billboard. That's funny. Okay, are you going to zoom at all? Because we can't see anything. Literally, all you have to do is go to the top of the street, go across the street. There's a sidewalk at the bottom of that hill. Go stand over there and zoom in from there, and you could probably get the best view possible. See where those... Here, where's it at? Right there. Stand right up there where the narc truck always parks. Right up there, there's a sidewalk on the other side, and you can see straight down here. Well, they got a truck blocking. It must be bad that they're blocking the scene off that bad.
ICE not involved?
No.
Yeah, didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
So she's basically showing us nothing, unfortunately. Let's Oh, Chachi! There's Chachi. That's my boy. You're my boy, Blue. Well, why are you not showing it? Oh, there's Chachi. Sorry, guys. We got to watch Chachi for a minute. Said something about the violent left running. I wonder what happens. Oh. Yep. Music. I gotta mute it. Oop, wrong button. Trying not to get music copyrighted again. I should be able to control that when I'm sitting in the studio. Can't control it when you're out and about, but in the studio you should be able to. Where's he at? Where is that? I wonder if that's the park down the road from ICE. I think that's the park down the road. I could be wrong, though. That's a big park. Huh. Okay. I think we've already seen this video. I am going to refresh this and see if there's anything new pops up on my feed. Doodle of fire. Oh, Travis got his doggies on the beach. Oh, that's a good picture. All right, let's see. What? Oh, look at that. Mitch Green started a fire? Huh. Go figure. Yeah, this is a city councilor that's part of the DSA. And according to this, he started a fire in his backyard that got out of control when we're in the middle of heavy wildfire threat in season. That's about apropos for them, right? like she said, decides that the burn ban rules don't apply to him. I'd like to be burning some stuff in my yard. Oh my God. Did you guys see this thing yesterday? Did you see this thing yesterday? There might be music in this. God, I'm glad I wasn't there for this. This thing is so disgusting. Yeah, absolutely despicable. Uh-oh. Ed Eagle talking against FP. Oh, I know where this is. Ooh, this might be interesting. This is underneath the main bridges in Salem. There's a couple bridges that go across the river. Oh, this is parking garages. Why are the cops talking? All right, let's check this out. This might be interesting. Bunch of Antifa type.
I got a fucking connection with cars. I just don't have a driver's license. Is that what you're talking about? Because you guys are fucking a murdering weapon on your head, and you're part of a violent gang. You don't protect shit. You don't protect shit.
Okay, irony alert. There are, look at all these people yelling and threatening the police, but he just said you are part of a violent gang. Is that irony or is that irony?
You don't protect shit. You don't protect shit. You don't protect shit.
You guys are fucking pussies. Especially this guy's not his favorite.
Again, did you hear this guy saying you guys are effing P's to his face because he knows they're not permitted to do anything about it. Look at this guy. This guy is like what, 5'2", 120 pounds. Like I could fart and knock this kid over, but he's going to act tough in front of cops because he knows they're not allowed to do anything in response. That's the kind of shit that just pisses me off because it's not real. It's all fucking theatrics and cosplay. You meet this guy behind a building somewhere and he's not going to have a word to say if he doesn't run away. I've literally had that happen. I've been in front of Antifa at rallies, at protests and whatever. They're talking a bunch of smack while there's cops standing right behind them or behind me or whatever. And then after the rally, I kind of randomly ran into them in an alley or something like that. And they've literally, they either duck, put their head down and scurry by real fast, or they will literally turn around and run the other way when they're by themselves. It's if it wasn't so disgusting, it would be amusing.
Don't worry, I got a fucking connection with cars. I just don't have a driver's license. Is that what you're talking about? Because you bitches fucking took that shit from me. Y'all took my rights from doing DoorDash. Sounds like you end up with the fucking person on a fucking Honda Accord fucking doing DoorDash in the middle of the fucking night.
Okay, somebody tell me what gatos means. I think I know what it means, but here, I'm going to look it up. I want to know what that means. My Spanish being as rusty as it is, I'm going to look that up because I think I know what it means. Oh, I was wrong. It means cats. So his shirt says dudes with cats. That's interesting. I thought it meant something else, but dudes with cats. That's what his shirt says. Dudes with cats. That's cringe.
You're telling me it's a stolen car or I'm fucking DUI. Which one is it, puto? You ain't never got me for none of those. Fuck out of here and get the fuck in the car, puto.
Bro, go eat your fucking pizza, fatty.
So for those of you who don't know, I'm going to guess what this is a community outreach program. Salem Police likes to do this. There is at the riverfront in downtown Salem, there is an area, there's a park with, there used to be a Union Gospel mission down there, but they tore that down. But they have a couple of outreach outreach services located across the street from this park. So you got the outreach services, you got the park, and then over here you have bridges that cross the river, and there's a lot of area underneath of those bridges because there's a circular off ramp and all of that. And that is a huge area for homeless people to congregate. And they only clear it out every once in a while. So, if you're lucky, you go by there on a day where you see no homeless people. But if you go 2 days later, it's completely packed again, and it'll be that way for a couple of months until they decide they want to clear it out again. But anyways, because there's a lot of crime that goes on down there, there's a lot of person-to-person crime that goes on down there for obvious reasons. Salem Police will send outreach crews down there to, hey, is everybody okay? Is there anything that you guys need to bring to our attention that we need to watch for? Because it's right on a major road. So there's a lot of attention to that. Traffic sits there, waits for a light. I mean, there's a lot. It's very visual. You can see it a lot. So Salem cops go by there quite a bit, and then sometimes they do this. They do outreach. So these cops are probably their sole intention of being there is to help these homeless people. That is actually their mission of the day, is to go be of assistance to these people that are nothing but a drain on society. So instead of being grateful for that, they're going to turn on the police and be like this and be miscreants. And it's really disgusting, because they will be among the first people to dial 911 on their phone if somebody looks at them the wrong way.
I would if you get away from me.
Go.
I mean, know the fact that spitting on someone's a crime, so I'm not really here to argue facts with you, man. Well, you argue with it. I'm right here talking to him because you guys won't leave me alone.
Leave, bro. You have a car.
You know how this boy works?
Hey, bro, you guys want to leave so bad, fucking eat shit and die. That's what my friend you arrested would say. Eat shit and die. You know that? Fuck you.
By the way.
My friend you arrested. Why did your friend get arrested? That's the thing. The left likes to make heroes out of people that can't get their shit together. They like to idolize. Hey, what's up, Doc G? Oh, Grandpa Muskrat. Hello, howdy. Welcome in. The left likes to demonize people that have done the right thing, villainize productive members of society. Like, I've literally been made fun of because I have a job. They ridicule me. They talk shit about me. They demonize me because I'm a productive member of society. And the ironic part about it is my job involves helping people like this. I am actually charged with making sure these kind of people are safe. And they think it's a bad thing. They've made it into, I'm evil because I literally look out for the safety and welfare of people like this. That's how backwards they think. That's how twisted they are. And how did our society get to this point? How did we get to the point where bad is good and good is bad? It's very disheartening, because when you see this every day, all day, or in my case, all night, usually, you start to lose faith in humanity. You really do. This is one of the reasons I like being in this environment. I like doing a live stream and seeing you guys in chat, because you guys bring me back to a balanced train of thought, because I get very, very cynical in my profession. I see the worst of the worst. And, that was one of the reasons I stopped being a bar bouncer, because I was tired of seeing drunk idiots all the time. It was literally skewing my perception of reality. And I realized that getting out of that profession was going to bring me back to normal a little bit, and it did. And now the profession I'm in has brought me to an even worse spot, because I see drug addiction, alcoholism, mental health issues, what I call volunteer homelessness. These people that live on the streets because they choose to. And then I see people taking advantage of the system on a constant basis with their sense of entitlement and their bad, nasty attitudes. And it becomes very disheartening. It really does. It puts you in a bad place where you see everything around you in a negative light. So I tend to encounter a lot of positivity in my chat and in the chat community, because you guys know when I'm not doing my own, I'm usually in chat with you guys somewhere else, and I see a lot of love and positivity and support. And it's got its share of drama. Obviously, lately everybody's got drama with everybody, but even in the middle of that, people are still nice to each other and lift each other up. And I see forgiveness among people in this community. I see people that hated each other that now get along. Um, that's uplifting, and I just want to tell you guys I appreciate that. I appreciate your guys's decent attitudes for the most part. It brings me back, because it's really easy to get wrapped up in the negativity. It's really easy to almost become a fatalist, become a nihilist. Um, but being in this environment here with this online community that we have helps keep me centered. So I appreciate you guys for that. Anyways, let me keep scrolling. Let me see if I can find something else interesting. Robbie, stay awake. Am I supposed to be yelling at you again? Oh, okay. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this. Is this the one where he gets... Yep, it is. Okay, let's do this, because I have things to say about this. I have thoughts on this.
Violence. No violence. No violence. No
I have
violence.
thoughts on this, guys.
Ice.
And my first thought is, why is he standing out there by himself? Why is he standing out there by himself? I actually asked for help, and I got the help I needed. I'm very grateful. Yeah, that's what oh, thank you, Kathy Walter. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, Grandpa Muskrat. This chat community, when somebody's in need, these guys rush to help. I've been watching the situation with Jeannie, and like sometimes I can picture Jeannie sitting online with tears in her eyes because you guys have reached out to help her so much. You know what I mean? Jeannie appears to me to be a very, very appreciative and grateful person. So I have this picture in the back of my head of Jeannie looking at the results of you guys helping her and just tearing up. And that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. You guys are always jumping to the aid of each other. And even if it's just moral support or something, I've watched how everybody has rallied to Will, because Will at this point appears to be making an honest change. And so many people that were so anti-Will are now in his chats, giving him support, lifting him up, encouraging him to be real about it and continue. That's inspiring. That's crazy, but it's inspiring. And that's the kind of chat community we have. And that's awesome. It takes a village. It really does. It takes a village, and you guys have become a serious uplifting village. So yeah, I'm glad you got the help you needed, Grandpa. Because apparently that's what our chat community is about. So I'm glad that you were able to reap the benefits of that. There's been plenty of times. You know what? I think I'm supposed to do something here. Let me try this. Let me try. I think there's a way to... Bam. I got a super chat. I'm going to put it on the screen. Thank you, Kathy Walter. Awesome. Awesome. Britt, how you doing? Yes. Thank you for that super chat, Kathy. That's awesome. And you guys will be happy to know I finally, through all the toil and turmoil, and I'll tell you why I had a hard time right now. It turned out to be something really, really stupid on my part. Yeah, Robbie, everybody rushed to give you some good thoughts and prayers and stuff when you lost your dog. Same with me. So I kept telling you guys I was having a hard time getting my my YouTube money. And like I said, it wasn't a whole lot. It was only a couple $100 that's accumulated so far. but it was just the point. I'm like, I got money there. I want to have it. So, and I was getting so frustrated. I was about to just give up, and I couldn't figure out. And then I finally got everything straightened out where they said they sent me my money, and I waited a week and couldn't find it. And they kept telling me it was sent, it was sent, it was sent. And apparently there's only a few options that AdSense will send you money to. And the only one I had the only one that matched with my resources was Venmo. So I put my Venmo in there, and I kept checking my Venmo twice a day. I'm like, because we're a little short on money right now. We have to pay bills. So I was like, a couple $100 is gonna seriously come in handy. And it was driving me nuts. I had a short paycheck last time, so the last couple of weeks been a little tightening the purse strings, so to speak. And so I was like, it was like $230 or something that I had accumulated in there. And I'm like, that's enough to pay a water bill, an electric bill. So I really need that. So a couple times a day, and I'm getting more and more frustrated. And so a couple nights ago, I decided to do a deep dive. I had a couple extra minutes sitting at work. And it turns out that this entire time, my Venmo has a personal account and a business account. And somehow I had switched to my business account on my phone, but YouTube had sent the money to my personal account. So I keep checking my business account over and over again, and it says there's $10 in there. And I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? Where's my money? And I'm going through all this shit in YouTube and whatever, and about ready to write some dirty letters. And then I saw something at the top of my screen on my phone that said switch accounts. And sure enough, I switched accounts, and all of a sudden, bing, 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 bing. Oh, your money's here. Bing, 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 bing. And I'm like, are you kidding me? For 2 weeks, I've been sitting here because I did not hit one button on my phone. So it was my own stupidity. But now that I've got that straightened out, I actually got my first YouTube money. So I am now a professional YouTuber. Look at me go, guys. So, and all of that money came from you guys. I mean, maybe less than $20 of it came from YouTube revenue. All the rest was you guys contributing. Hi, buddy. All the rest was you guys contributing. So I am extremely grateful, and you guys helped out. So there we go. Now I am legit, and I have finally figured everything out. So that's cool. What? Why are you whispering? Why? You want to go buy breakfast? Why can't everybody hear that? You weirdo. Why are you sucking your thumb? Don't suck your thumb. Oh, just FYI, I'm saying that to my 3-year-old grandson, not to my wife. My wife is not sucking her thumb. Because if she was, then I would have to turn the stream off for a while. But anyways, I'm mailing your package out on Monday morning. Awesome, Doc. We will look forward to that. Take your time, buddy. Whatever you need. I know you've been going through some difficulties. We are completely understanding, because like I said, we're behind on some stuff here too. So we get it 100%, no issues. But yeah, we do look forward to it. I told Lady A about it, so she's watching. Well, she was watching the mail until you told us about the delay, and she's really excited about it too. So whenever it gets here, well, like I said, we'll do an unboxing live, and you will get proper credit for sure, because something tells me it's going to be really cool. And mailing your package out on Monday. I don't know how that's, so that means I should probably get it towards the end of next week, I guess. I'll send you the tracking info. Awesome. Yes, appreciate that much. You sent me a message. Okay, let me look. In the meantime, let me play this video while I'm looking at my phone, and you guys can see, and here's a hot take, but you guys can see just how dumb Jake Lang is.
We do not want these illegal immigrants here. Jesus is king of Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus. Oh, shit. No rioting, no violence, 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 no violence. Port ICE, we do not want these illegal immigrants here. Jesus is king of Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus.
Wait, I got your message.
Shit.
Doc, thank you very much.
No rioting, no violence.
And like I said,
No
I pretty much
violence.
answered all of it
No
already before
violence.
even reading it.
No violence. No violence. No violence.
I think so too, Doc. We are, like I
No
said,
violence.
we are
No
anticipating.
violence. No violence. Port ICE. We do not want this illegal.
Okay, so let me clarify this so nobody takes it the wrong way. What these guys did to Jake is completely out of pocket. It's reprehensible. That's the word I'm looking for. It's completely reprehensible what these guys did to Jake. There's no excuse for that. It was uncalled for. It should not be tolerated. They should all get prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Yes, they shouldn't be here in the first place. I am not a fan of them. I'm trying to choose my words so I don't get strike here, but I'm not a fan of their religion. I am not a fan of how they behave. And this is a perfect example of what I'm not a fan of. That being said, there's a certain element of you get what you ask for here. He's going to keep pushing the envelope, and sooner or later, the contents of that envelope are going to push back. And if you don't come with the proper resources to defend yourself, he's lucky it's not worse. There's posts of one of them wearing a vest, a protective vest, and a blade sticking out of the back of his pants. This could have ended up way worse for him. I'm glad it didn't. As much as I'm not a fan of Jake Lang, I don't like Jake Lang, and I'm pretty sure if we met in person in Portland, we'd probably fight. But he doesn't deserve to be, he doesn't deserve to have violence bestowed upon him like in this fashion. Maybe a one-on-one fight, something like that. I could understand. I could accept that. I'm all for throwing hands. I'm not against fighting per se. But when a mob attacks one person, that is unacceptable. And these guys don't care about rules. They don't care about rules. And they are, in fact, they allow emotions to dictate their behavior. And then Jake goes out there and stirs up those emotions without proper precaution. If you're going to do this, the reaction you're going to get. Do you have my card still? Okay. All right. I want food. Where are you going? It's like 1:00. I don't want biscuits and gravy. So that means you're going to the Blue Store? I like the Blue Store's JoJo's, right? Can you get me JoJo's and then like something to go with it? Some kind of, no, not a sandwich, just finger food. Like maybe even chicken strips or something, but make sure you get lots of barbecue and sweet and sour sauce, and make sure it's a few. They keep throwing one of each in there and it's not enough. Bye, buddy. Mwah. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Oh, you know what, honey? Give me smokes while you're out. I've got like 2 left. Love you. Thank you. All right, I'm back, guys. I've been to the Middle. Well, yeah, Godfrey's, and you can confirm this because I've obviously never been to the Middle East, but they're very emotional. They really are, because they are not used to. Well, see, I can't say it that way, because there are a lot of rules and a lot of restrictions in the Islamic religion, especially if you're as hardcore like the Sunnis and Shias. They have a lot of restrictions. They have a lot of rules and regulations. I left after my 3rd message to Mr. Bill. You could tell the drama was bringing me down. Yeah, the drama last night was kind of crazy, huh? But when it comes to interpersonal reactions, I guess you would call it, when they're dealing with that. Well, see, the thing is, and here's the thing that gets me is their religious teachings actually tell them that it's okay to be dishonest and violent towards somebody who doesn't agree with them religiously. It really says that you are allowed to do whatever means necessary to get rid of, if you can't convert an infidel, then you need to get rid of the infidel. That's literally what their religion says. And that's their way of life. That's how they look at things. And that creates anger and violence. And they do it to each other all the time. And then when you get people that are obviously infidels to them, which would be us people that aren't Muslim, their religion tells them it's okay to do bad things to the infidel. So that's the kind of mindset that you're working. And then you get these young guys that are all full of angst already. I mean, and that's just a natural thing. That has nothing to do with anybody's religion. That's just when you're in your youth, when you're a young male and you're full of angst and testosterone and you're trying to figure out who you are and everything. I mean, I did it. I'm not Muslim, but I did a lot of rowdy things when I was younger. I paid for it for the rest of my life. But as a young male, you do stupid shit. That's just kind of the way it works. That's how you learn to be a responsible adult, is by learning things the hard way, usually when you're young. And when you get a bunch of youth and then they play the victim card because they go to a society that doesn't match their values or beliefs and then complain when that society doesn't kneel to their values and beliefs, so they get to play the victim card because it's Islamophobia. It's xenophobia. It's xenophobia that we have. No, you tried to interject yourself into a situation where you don't belong and you're suffering the consequences of it. Whatever those consequences may be, it may be just being shunned. It may be dirty looks on the street. It may be people, not opening the door for you. It may be simple little stuff like that. But when you take a non-compatible way of life and interject it into a society that's different, but you interject it in a forceful way, people are going to push back. So then you play the victim card over it. You're not a victim. You put yourself and see, okay, here's the thing. And coming full circle, I don't think it's right what they did here to Jake, but I don't think Jake's a victim. I think Jake asked for this. This is the attention he wanted. Be careful what you ask for. And that's the thing. And now everybody's upset because Jake got attacked. I don't think it's right he got attacked, but I'm not upset about it. He wanted this. He's been asking for this for a long time. And now now he gets to go viral. Now he gets more attention. And the thing is he professes to speak for people like me. He does not. He does not speak for people like me. Let me make that very clear. I do not agree with at least 60% of Jake Lang's message. But he puts himself in these situations that makes it look like we're the same. It makes it look like I would be a Jake Lang fan and vice versa. And that's not the case. He is an attention-seeking bigot grifter that is wrapping himself up in patriotism and making people like me look bad. Wolfie, what's up? Yeah, he's showing how violent and unhinged they are, but he's doing his part to cause them. He's antagonizing. And like I said, I'll say it again. Don't get me wrong. He should not, they should not be attacking him like that. That is not okay. But common sense says, if you feel like you're going to get attacked, you either stop doing what you're doing, walk away or something, and worry about your own safety. When you know you're in a dangerous situation and you continue to press that situation, then the rest is on you. And that goes for everybody. That goes for Shane and Tommy. That goes for Jake Lang. That goes for Zach X. That goes for me. That goes for Joey Gibson. That goes for, anybody. Is we have an obligation to be adults and look out for our own safety. All he has to do is when it starts getting violent, put the sign down, raise your hands, walk away, say, okay, this is getting too much. I made my point. It's time to look out for my safety. Yeah, enjoy your smoke, Paul, Muskrat. Paul Malls, I don't know how you would enjoy those, but it is what it is. And guys, I'm saying this from somebody who's been there many, 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 many more times than I can count. I've been there. And as an adult and as somebody who doesn't want to go to the hospital or jail, there are times when I've had to sit there, weigh the risk to benefits in my head and say, okay, it's time for me just to shut up and walk away now. And that's fine. If you want to refuse to be adult, which sometimes I have, again, not being a hypocrite, there are times when I've lost my shit and I've crashed out at rallies and protests. Anything past that point is on me. I am no longer a victim. I am laying in the bed I have made. Yeah, I've seen that too, Robbie. I've seen that too. And the thing is he acts like he wants to fight back. If you want to fight back, then do it. If you are not going to fight back, make that clear. I bring up the Joey Gibson example. Joey Gibson constantly admitted in open air before events happened, he said, I am not going to fight anybody. I am not going down there to throw hands with anybody. I'm not going to fight anybody. And if you do anything to me, I'm not going to fight back. He literally said that before events. He made that perfectly clear that he was not going down there to fight with anybody. Jake doesn't do that. Jake acts like he's going to stand up behind his words, and then he runs. Make up your mind. What are you there for, dude? Are you there to fight, or are you there to grift for attention? And like I said, this goes for all of us, dude. I'm calling everybody out on this. Zach, Tommy, Shane, the other Shane, everybody that goes down to these situations, myself included. Make up your mind what you're about before you go down there and stand on that. If you hang around a barbershop long enough, eventually you get a haircut. Amen. Yeah, I'm about 50-50 with what Jake says. I am not a fan of the great replacement theory. I am very, I don't know how to say this properly, but I am a very inclusive person with the people I hang around with. I hang around with people of all different creeds, colors, ethnicities, religions, even lifestyles. I have hardcore beliefs. I don't agree with a lot of stuff, but I'm also very tolerant. And because of that, I don't like Jake's methods, because I get associated with him. And I don't want to be associated with him, because that's, there are sometimes, 100% honesty. There are some times when I have issues with Tommy and Shane's methods. So how much more would I have issues with Jake? The thing is Tommy and Shane have some sense, have some reason. And even when they're doing things I don't approve of, usually that'll stop after a little bit and they'll go on. They talk to people. They have regular conversations. Hell, Tommy was trying to smoke protesters out yesterday, LOL. And I've actually had many conversations with Tommy and Shane, so I know who they are as people, so that makes it a little different. I obviously don't have that interaction with Jake. But there are times when I don't agree with what Tommy and Shane do either. But you know what? We're human and we're going to disagree. But the things I disagree with them doing, they don't do all the time. They are incidences that are isolated, and usually they'll follow it with something that kind of counteracts it. So when they do things that I don't like, I tolerate it because I look at the big picture with them. But all I can see in the big picture with Jake is the same thing over and over and over again. And it's the same tactic. And it's literally antagonizing violence. Careful what you ask for. He got some violence. And like I said, I'm all for throwing hands one-on-one, go around the corner behind the gas station, hit each other in the face a few times, figure out who respects who, and then you walk away. I'm all for that, honestly. I'm not going to lie. I guess it's easier for me to say that because I'm a fairly good-sized, capable man when it comes to that. But, you know, mutual combat kind of thing, one-on-one, I don't have any problem with that. But this mob attacking is not okay. And if you think that's a possibility, why doesn't he have any friends with him there? Everybody bitches because Tommy goes with like 6 or 7 people to places. At least he's got a crew around him. Jake literally goes to these things with like him and a cameraman or something. That's not smart. That is not situational awareness. That is not OPSEC. That is just stupid. And unfortunately, like I said, I'm not celebrating it, but unfortunately, he got what he asked for in this incident. I'll let it play. I'm rambling.
Immigrants here. Jesus is king of Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus.
And mind you, I agree with that message. I agree with Jesus is king. I don't like Islam. I don't like them taking over our cities. They don't integrate. They don't become Americans. They are Muslims in America. They are not Americans. And I don't agree with that. So I agree with that part. I agree with deporting a bunch of them. So like I said, I'm half and half. But I think he's going about it the wrong way and not getting the proper message across because of these antics. And what really kills me, what really makes me mad about their side of things is this guy right here. He didn't come up in front of him and do a fight thing. He snuck up from the back and sucker punched him. That, in my opinion, is never acceptable. If you want to throw hands, be a man, stand face to face, and throw hands. Sucker punching is never okay. I've literally been jumped and been beaten down by people that were way inferior to me because of sneak attacks and sucker punching. And it's not manly. There's no honor in it. And I understand a lot of people, oh, you're fighting. There's no honor in fighting. To me, there is, because fighting is a hobby to me. So to me, I'm kind of old fashioned, and I believe that there is honor in combat. And the way these guys do it, there is no honor in it whatsoever. So I do take major issue with that. But in my opinion, it's kind of consider the source. These people have no morals, no ethics, no honor, period, in their lives in the first place. So why would you expect them to have any of that in this situation?
Oh, shit. No rioting, no violence, no violence, no violence, no violence, no violence.
Who is screaming no violence? That's what I want to know. Is it his cameraman?
No violence, no violence, no violence.
Because they're chasing him too.
ICE! We do not want these illegal immigrants here. Jesus is king of Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus. Oh, shit. No rioting, no violence, no violence, no violence, no violence, no violence, no violence.
I love how they keep punching the sign.
No
That's
violence.
not very productive.
No violence.
You're not getting anywhere punching a sign.
No violence.
That dude, I didn't see that. I don't know if there's another view. That cameraman just got effed up.
Jesus is king of Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus.
But to be 100%,
Oh, shit.
keep it 100. Oh, hang on, guys. I got to mute you for a
No
minute. I got a phone
rioting,
call.
no violence, 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 no violence. Port ICE! We do not want these illegal immigrants here. Jesus is king of Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus. Oh, shit. No rioting, no violence, no violence, no violence, no violence, No violence. No violence. No violence. No violence. No violence.
All right.
No violence. Port ICE.
Yeah, I'd like to see a different view of that. Let's see if I can dig around a little and find a different view.
I speak the name of Jesus. Oh, shit.
Let's go back. See if I can find a different view of that. Excuse me. Ooh. The hell? Oh, let me refresh this. It's been on for a bit. Starlink. Oh, we got a gas leak in a building at the Capitol, or in DC. Yeah, it happens. Huh. Drone footage of Muslim throwing massive stones in my head. Oh, this is a different view. It's not going to show the cameraman guy, but this is a different view. Whoa, are they literally pounding on him while a cop is right there? That's insane. Let's go to the beginning of this. They are literally beating on him while a cop is right there. Because they have one female cop there. One female cop. There's the DEI thing in practice, guys. One female cop against a whole mob of men.
Stop. You're a fucking pussy. You're a coward.
And I love how, what makes me laugh quite a bit is how they do that. They will jump you with 12 guys, and then when you retreat, they call you a pussy. When you guys, none of you are fighting one-on-one. None of you are manning up. You're ganging up on somebody and calling them a coward. That is irony. So much irony.
Fuck you, pussy.
Oh, that's a cop car she's putting him in? So they're beating on him and a cop car. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I see the lights now. There's a mob of angry men, and they send one female officer that just smashes legs in the door. That's insanity.
Stop. You're a fucking pussy.
Yeah, good catch, Wolfie. I didn't realize that was a cop car. I thought he was getting in his own rig or something. So good catch there, Wolfie. Oh, see, so somebody does have a camera up in those apartments. God, that dude needs to be put away for a long time. Bowie is just a drain on society. You know he doesn't do anything productive anywhere. Bowie is a disgusting piece of human garbage. All right, we're looking for Lang stuff. Oh, is this before that happened? Oh, it says it's breaking 23 hours ago. Let's see what this is. Nick Shirley, though. I didn't know Nick Shirley was
I
there.
believe they're going to cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting because everybody's chimping the fuck out. They're chimping the fuck out. I don't have bananas. Chill out.
This had to have been before
This is not America. This is an insurgency. They are taking over our country. They're taking over our country. They want us all dead. Let's go.
Wow, what's happening right now? People are pushing. Wow. This is Dearborn, Michigan right now.
Yes, this is Dearborn, Michigan. Any racist is not welcome. No races here. If you can't be peaceful, but every race is welcome. If you're a racist, you're not welcome. At all, we do not. Every race is welcome. 1, 2, 3. Our president is a pedophile.
Oh my God, the same
I
shit
believe they're
every
going to
time.
cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting.
Okay, so that had to have been before the attack that we were watching earlier. We saw that already. So let me ask you guys about that. So this is what's been going through my head, is watching stuff like this and then simultaneously seeing feeds of what's happening in Spain. There's apparently a whole lot more politically involved with that invasion on the coast of Spain. It's not just a bunch of immigrants. Like when we have the Cuban refugee crisis, when we have the caravans coming up to the southern border, those are usually, they're not, how am I trying to say this? They don't seem to be instigated by a foreign government. They seem to be just hordes of people that want to be in America for whatever their personal reasons are. The one in Spain has to do with the isthmus, the peninsula there has been under siege and going back and forth between nations and caliphates for a couple thousand years, guys. It's nothing new. It's kind of like the war in Ukraine. It's not a new thing. This is just a continuation of what's been going on, just like Israel and Gaza and Syria and all of these. They've been fighting over the same pieces of land for thousands of years. And I think that the stuff in we'll check it out in a minute, Ed. Thank you. I see you, buddy. So there's a lot of political shenanigans going on with the Spain invasion. If you pay attention to the video, it is completely 99.9% made up of fighting age males that come onto shore with nothing. So what are they going to do? They attacked the city. They broke into houses. They broke into stores and things of that sort. And I think it was organized. I don't think it was an organic thing. The fact that they came by sea instead of crossing over by land, it was not an accident. That was politically motivated. And there are things going on way above my pay grade that have to do with France. There's even rumors, and these are complete rumors, and I think they're kind of nonsense, but there are even rumors that Israel had a part in this. There's a lot of political shit going on with that. So it's not as random as they make it look on the news. But my question is, what do we do? What do we, is this going to happen here? I keep saying over and over again, and I'll keep saying it some more because it's what I truly believe. I think we have 2 more years of conservatives in the White House, and we're going back to blue. And I think we're in for some major nightmares. I think we're in for the first thing they're going to do is try to undo everything that Trump did. So, border policies, immigration, all that stuff is going to be on the chopping block. And then are we going to have, okay, hang on. Then are we going to have a Spain episode here is my question. I'm going to mute you guys for a second.
Those JoJo's are fresh. He made them especially for you.
Oh, that's so awesome. See, guys, this is here's here's a conundrum right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think I saw this. This is an older one. I don't think this is new. So Lady A just came back from the store. Apparently the card that I gave her didn't cover all our purchases. because I didn't know how much she was buying. I didn't realize it was so low. And so we were like some money short on everything we had to buy. And our Muslim storekeepers decided to randomly extend us some credit until later. They were just like, we know you guys are good people. You guys just buy this and you pay me back later today or whenever you have the money. And so like, I'm sitting here talking all this crap about Muslims, and I now have breakfast because Muslim people were nice to us. Oh, they're Indian. They're Hindu then. They might not be Muslim. If they're from India, they're probably Hindu. So I guess that's okay then. But they're good people in every deal. You can't just totally generalize everybody. Is my thing, and this is why I try to stay tolerant. This is why I try to not generalize. I try to not stereotype. But now I have lunch because some migrants were nice to us. They're good people though. I love our local store owners. And the thing is they understand. They own a whole bunch of stores around here, and we're out in the country, so we rely on our stores a lot more than people in the city would, our individual stores. And these people understand that. And for the most part, there's a group of them. They're a big family, and most of them are super, super cool because they understand that they piss everybody off, and everybody else will drive 20 miles to avoid their store. So there's that going on. They kind of have a monopoly, but at the same time they don't, so they still have to use good best business practices. But they are super nice people. They are super, super nice people. And like I said, I'm really not sure if they are Hindu or Muslim at this point, but either way, the end game is the same, no matter if they're radical or not. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and pretend these people aren't Muslims, so that way I don't sound like a hypocrite. But either way, I got my JoJo's. I'm good. So I yelled at Danny and Chris for this last night, but I'm going to talk with my mouth full. All right, let's watch this and see what this is. I don't know how new this is or whatever.
And here it goes. And
I don't understand why cops end up in this situation. Cops handling his business, though. Trying to. But why is he by himself? Where's his backup? Who, do we got a bystander can help? Okay, here's a question. You guys can answer this in chat. Yeah, get your prayer mat ready. I don't think so. Yeah, we talked about it already, Hidden Criminals. Welcome to the show. Yeah, we've been talking about that. I've been on for a while now, so we've been talking about that quite a bit. So here's my question. You guys can answer in chat. If you saw this happening, would you get out and help the cop? If you saw a cop being taken advantage of because he was alone, had no backup, not knowing what the situation is, you have no idea who the civilian is, but if the civilian was beating on a cop, would you get out and help? That is the question. I would in a minute. And this guy is filming. This guy gets out and is filming. So see, here's the thing, and this is kind of, I see women responding yes, which, you know, and this may sound sexist, but when you're a woman and you get out, you are putting yourself in more danger than say somebody like I would be in. My answer is 100% yes, because I'm legally obligated to do it. I have a certification in my wallet that says if I see a cop in need, I have to help, or I can lose my certifications. So I don't have a choice in it. I would anyways, because I'm not a big back to blue. I'm not a huge pro cop person. But if I see somebody doing their job and some miscreant is physically stopping him from doing that, then I feel morally obligated to make right. But like I said, my decision is made for me. My certifications literally say I have to take a class, and the class tells me that if I see a officer in need, then I have to stop and help. And the problem is you don't know what the situation is. What if it's a bad cop? What if it's a cop that's abusing? What if it's a cop that is using unnecessary force? And because I've had this happen, I've literally told cops, stop touching me, or we're going to have an issue because you are out of your bounds. You are not doing the right thing right now. I've never got into an actual fight with cops. They usually tase me before I can. But sometimes you don't know what the situation is. So how would you feel about that? You know, playing devil's advocate here. If you got out and then you see in the news later that there's a lawsuit against that cop for excessive use of force or something. No, I'm not talking about my gun permit, Douglas. I have other certifications in my pocket. I am a legal first responder. So with that privilege comes responsibilities, and I literally have to take classes. Just got done with one about 3 weeks ago. I had to recert. But what if it's a bad cop? Because they are out there. And what would happen if you help this guy use excessive force? That would suck. I would feel really shitty about that. But without knowing the situation, I think your first response would be, this is a law enforcement officer and somebody's fighting with him. And that's not okay. So we're going to do something about it. So I'm glad that I got a lot of positive responses in here, because I think that's what you do. I think we still have, even though there are bad cops, we still have respect for law and order, and they are charged with upholding that. And it's not a job I envy, because you could be, it's a job that's constant risk. I'm sure you have a lot of boring days just riding around, giving out tickets, harassing homeless people, whatever, drinking coffee, eating donuts. But at any given moment, when you wear that uniform and that badge, your life could be in danger. That's a stressful job. Lurkers matter too. It doesn't hurt to hit the like and thank you. Hi, Snooks. I didn't know you're still in here. They get charged with excessive use of force. It's just somebody being dramatic. That is true, Robbie. There's a lot of that too. Like I said, Antifa does that a lot. If you touch them with a finger, they act like you're trying to unalive them. So there is a lot of that too. And they have to deal with that too. They can lose their career at any moment. If somebody brings an unfounded accusation against a liberal judge, they could lose everything they got. That's stressful. And I try to remember that when I deal with cops, and this is why I don't get my ass beat or unduly arrested or anything like that. Because I give them their due respect. Now, granted, when they are not good cops, I will let them know. And they don't like it when I let them know. When we had the Christian event downtown, you guys saw me call out a bad cop down there. Because I will call out a bad cop. Because there's no reason for it. If you dislike your job that much that you got to be a bad cop, stop being a cop. It's that simple. Go do something else. Oh, I see his name. Yep, Joe's in here. What's up? What's up, Canadian Joe? But anyways, I'm glad to see that everybody responded in a positive way, because sometimes. Oh, there's. Here comes 10 minutes after the fact. And just stands there and bends over and talks to him. You're trying to apprehend a subject. Why do you got your hands on your knees? Look, see, the male cop comes in and immediately puts hands on him. He knows the drill. That lady cop is just standing there looking. Oh, now she's going to be like she's doing something. God, I'm not a fan of female cops. There are isolated incidences where I've met female cops that I like, but for the most part, as a rule, I don't think females should be. Yes, that's sexist. No, I don't care. What you call sexism, I call reality. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I can't show that. Oh, the doggy got a starfish. Travis really likes his dog. All right, let's why Democrat congressional candidate arrested for threatening a man with a knife. I was asked to lower the volume of his music at the beach. Oh, somebody gonna get knocked out? Yeah, I guess if there's that much violence, I probably can't put it on there. Oh, this is an old one. I saw this. Another Jake Layton getting punched because he kept pushing an issue. Yeah, can't show that one. What is this? Does she have? Oh my God, what? See, I can't show that. I hate YouTube. What do you guys think? Should I get a Rumble account? Should I get a Rumble account so I can actually show and say what I want to do? Oh my God, this is in Dearborn? Should I get a Rumble account, guys, so I don't have to be so censored? And here's a question. If you do members only, are you still YouTube censored? Or can you get away with stuff on members only videos that you can't? If somebody's paying to see your content, are you as censored as you are normally? Yeah, I'm going to look into getting a Rumble. Because I guess over there, you can be whoever you want to be over there, within reason, but I'm really getting tired of YouTube censorship. I was watching Quincy's video last night, and I was trying to comment. And I don't even know. I went over the same comment like 3 times and kept rewording it, being very careful. Being a YouTuber, I kind of think I know what words we're allowed to use and not allowed to use. So I thought I had, and it just kept yanking it. And then Reverend Gunn was, when I complained about it, he was like, I pushed your comments through. I've not censored you. So it's not, it wasn't the mods that were censoring me. It was YouTube itself. Because it's not public, you're behind a paywall. Are you talking about members only videos, Jeannie? I can do members only. I can stream Rumbles on TV easier. I don't know. I always do YouTube on TV. Right now, I think we have YouTube on a laptop, on a monitor, on our TV, and on 2 phones right now. I'll look into that. I think it costs a little bit of money, but I don't know how much. I'll look into getting a Rumble. Because then I can really talk my mind. Did you see that Bach posted the clip of you from Mr. Beal calling in and making fun of Bach? I didn't call in and make fun of Bach. I've never called Mr. Bill. Oh, gotcha. I was gonna say I didn't do that. I keep getting blamed for it, but I don't call Mr. Bill's show. If I want to talk to Mr. Bill, I'll text him and he'll send me a link. I don't have any need to call into his telephone line. All right, let's see. I think Joe said, or Ed said, that he sent me something on X. I am going to go look. Where is, we just chat. That's chat. Not sure what this is, but this is thanks to Ed Eagle. Oh, I'm not showing it, am I?
On site.
How about that?
We're given the option to stay
How
in
about now?
hotels and we're offered transportation there. A significant majority decided to do so, and around 10 people were also placed in hotel rooms yesterday. This effort was done with as much compassion as possible under less than ideal circumstances. Those with personal belongings left at the site can pick them up at Demetral Field. Again, the decision to invoke this option was not made lightly and was only made after almost 2 weeks
so they're pretty much
of
saying,
trying
I'm
to
sorry.
resolve
I'm
the
sorry that I
situation
kicked all you guys
peacefully
out from
and
rioting.
voluntarily.
I'm
with the
sorry
people
I interrupted
occupying
your
the site.
Black Panther party.
There are many hard conversations to come, and I look forward to us coming together as a community to have them. I ask that if you truly care about building a better future, you allow local businesses to stay open, residents to freely access their homes, and the intersection of Williamson and Baldwin Streets to stay open. Let's focus our energy on the hard work of sustainable change. Holding government accountable for progress should not mean harming the community we all share. Thank you, Madison. We are a strong and compassionate community. Together, we can support each other.
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing
Together,
a call-in show, because
we
it's
can
just
work
going to be
towards
Joe and
change.
Hubie messing with me the
Together,
entire time.
we can get through this.
And we're back live. This is the intersection
Oh, my
of
thing's not on.
Baldwin and Willie Street, as they say in Madison. Protesters, demonstrators, not sure. There's a mix of people there. Some people maybe just there. You see folks with their cell phones just there to see what
Yeah, if I did a
happens
call-in show, it
in
would be
this
ridiculous, I'm
intersection.
sure.
Police right now have been relegated to traffic control, trying to get this neighborhood back to what it was.
If I do a
at
call-in
least
show, it's got to
as
be
close
just
to
a
what it
call-in
was.
show. I
Of
won't try to
course,
do
it is
anything serious at the
scarred
same
forever
time.
after the police shooting. And this area has seen police shootings. This was not the first that the mayor and other
You want
city
JoJo?
leaders have acknowledged, saying that the police
You want
chief,
JoJo, buddy?
the first night, said he wanted to acknowledge
like JoJo's
the
here.
pain and the history in
Okay,
this
don't then.
neighborhood. And so maybe for that reason, people
Yeah, all
are
right.
here,
Don't-
perhaps not
Not
to
in here.
protest, but to see what develops.
see what he
But
did out
one of
there.
the
Don't
things
let
that
him
you
do it in
heard
this
the
room.
mayor say is the problem is
That is really
there
neat. Now put
doesn't
it back
seem
in
to
your thing,
be,
because you can't use it in here.
one voice for this group. There doesn't seem to be
I'll call in
any
if you. I don't have a
leadership with
cactus.
this group, and that it had devolved
Oh.
into an encampment.
Guys, watch
And
this
it
for a minute. I'll
also
be right
then
back.
included
I
people
forgot what
who
I was
were
going to do today. Hang on,
unhoused.
I'll be right back.
And so this situation, the mayor said, could not go on any longer. And in the interest of the neighborhood, the neighbors, the businesses, that this had to end immediately. She put out that statement last evening, and this morning, early crews were out removing the barricades that the police in the city had put in place to allow this outpouring of grief, of demonstration. But after 2 weeks, the mayor says, with all of these factors that she mentioned, that it was time for this intersection to reopen, and that staff would be on hand to help folks, get out of the intersection, collect their things. They have all been taken, things that were cleared from the intersection, taken to Demetral Park. And I'm going to go now to Bria. This looks like the first kind of organization that I've seen since I've been on the desk for this half hour, that there seems to be like now a line of folks who are walking the intersection. Bria, what are you saying? So you're hearing Black Lives Matter, and now about 36 or so protesters are now walking the crosswalks of the four corners. Now with a banner, Justice for Corey. So this has happened in like the last half an hour, but for hours now, you just had folks who were in the intersection refusing to leave, some interacting with cars that also wanted to pass through the intersection and refused to go in a different direction. Getting out of hand. And so the good news is that it does seem calm. The police wanted this to be clear, for this to go back as an intersection, and that hasn't happened. So you hear a little bit of Bria Jones in the background. She is talking to people in the neighborhood who have been disrupted, I should say. And we're hearing some sirens there. But if people had their things removed, everything was then taken to Demetral Park nearby, and there will be city staff, community groups there trying to assist with people reconnecting with their things, their belongings. Also, you heard the mayor mention that there were 50 or so unhoused people who were part of this encampment. They became part of the encampment. They were offered housing. Some did take the city up on that offer. Others did not. But in that video message, the mayor this morning said that, to be clear, this is not over. It does not mean that the investigation is still not priority, but it just had devolved into a situation that for the community, the shift needed to turn to long-term solutions. And that started with removing the barricades, taking down the tents, and ending the occupation. So that was the message from her last night.
How much time is that?
In her statement on the 3rd, Mayor Rhodes Conway said, for almost 2 weeks, the City of Madison staff and elected leaders have been on the ground and communicating to and through community leaders to peacefully resolve an extremely complex, emotionally fraught circumstance that started with the police taking the life of Corey Ruiz. Bria, have you on camera? Not sure if she can hear me. So it looks like now they're marching now. That seems to be a little bit of organization that's starting to form.
Yes, Kim, that appears to be what protesters
All right, guys, I'm back.
Doing at this point. They're now saying
I had to go outside. That was a mistake.
Continue walking around the intersection, because at our last live shot when we checked in with you,
I go back to my food. Everybody's still here. I still got 18 people. Sweet.
2:25 or so ago, they had actually retreated a few.
Yeah, I went outside. That was awful. It is hot, muggy, smoky out there. Yuck.
So
I'm waiting for Mr. Bill to show up because I got to perform.
Police officers agreed to go away if the protesters would allow for this intersection to remain open.
Who wants to
which
play
is
with
what
creepy
the city of Madison has
stuff?
been calling for, which is why they removed the encampment.
I got way better stuff.
And so now the protesters, since police have been directing,
You guys want to see my mascots?
protesters are now deciding to continually walk around the intersection as their way to continue
Everybody
to
meet
own
Rebel?
the streets here. And so now they're walking around, they're marching around this intersection, and they're chanting, if we don't get it, shut it down.
Yes, Skyfer, it is way smoky here. Like bad. It's giving me problems. See, I didn't name him. His name is actually
large yellow sign
Rebel.
that says for Coy Ruiz, and I do want
I
to
got creepy toys now too.
some of the language that we
See,
are
mine aren't
hearing.
creepy though.
See,
look at Rebel. He's a Harley dog.
Language that we are hearing during this live broadcast, but this is
He actually looks like my Rebel dog too.
This is
So
just showing the full scope
there's
of the
my creepy
situation
dog.
out here, which is the protesters here in Madison. It appears to be some sort.
And then
is that some sort of drone that the police have kind of?
everybody say hi to Jeffrey.
I'm not sure whose drone that is or what exactly.
This is Jeffrey the Love
be,
Monkey.
It appears that there is.
See, Jeffrey says
a drone
hi.
that's kind of flying over
Hi.
the protest at this point.
This is Jeffrey the Love Monkey. See, it even says love on his jacket.
Distance for the most part, I can see.
He got a leather jacket that says love on
maybe
it.
about 2 blocks away.
Jeffrey the Love Monkey. He's been across country with me.
So Madison, maybe we're getting.
He's
more
ridden on the back of
officers
the
here. I'm gonna
Harley
count
through
1,
probably
2,
a dozen
3,
states.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're also seeing a mixture. Some of them are now state patrol, and so we're starting to see.
So
state
see, I can have
patrol
animals
as
too.
well as the Madison
I can have
Police
toys.
Department, that are on the scene here now. Which earlier I don't believe we saw any state
Harley can
patrol.
hang out right here.
I know that they were. I heard they were out here when the
Nope, he ain't
encampment
gonna
was being
stay.
removed, but it appears that now that is what we're seeing. And so the protesters, they're continuing. For them, this is their way of.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like
continuing,
outside
to
here, but
demonstrate
it
by
feels like
marching
90 out there. But
through
it is
the
muggy
street. Police are still kind
and
of
hot
directing the
and
traffic
smoky
there,
and
the
nasty.
protesters are trying to interrupt when they can. I think this is kind of
Miss
their
Mo?
way of making sure that they continue to own the
Stifer?
streets, as they have said. These
Miss
are their
Mo,
own words.
welcome, guys.
They told me that they
Howdy,
are doing
howdy.
this because these are their streets.
Am I missing
They're
anything
taking
on
them
this
back,
newscast? Are
and
they
this is
saying
why
anything
they are
interesting?
out here protesting, calling for justice for Coy Ruiz. Some of them are wearing him on their shirts. Again, we're seeing some of the signs. You cannot ignore the blood on your
Yep,
hands.
that was Jeffrey the
And
Love
again,
Monkey.
This big yellow sign here that says justice for Coy Ruiz. And so
Bria, let's
the
talk about
protesters,
this.
This is kind of the stance that they're taking. They're going to create a human wall here.
Oh.
Matt, if we can kind of pan over there as this car is
Let me
trying to
go
come through. We
to-
have the protesters over there that are
And this is
they're
maybe
saying they
like the
control the
7th
traffic.
car that has been able to pass this intersection in the last hour or so. So it still is not passable for normal traffic at this hour.
Yeah, for the most part, it's not passable. I would say probably earlier on, any cars who were turning left or right were allowed to turn. It was the cars that were trying to go straight through that was the issue with. So there were more cars that were able to turn left or right that were able to go through. However, counting the cars that were able to go straight through,
I will show you guys. You can look. I don't know how to make this bigger. And now you can't see because of that thing. There is where Jeffrey rode driving across the country. He was my road monkey. Oh, that was bad.
able
That's
to
what
go
they had the
straight
wrong
through,
button.
I would say that number is 7 or less. They were really adamant that they did not want anybody to drive straight through this road. They were requiring that people turn left or right, which is where we were starting to see the issue.
And Bria,
I
this
believe
is
our producer is saying that we have some video of that arrest because we know at least 70 people have either been detained or arrested. If we have that video, we can show it now.
There's
And I
70
can
people?
talk about
What?
that experience, Kim, because when I first arrived here, I got to the scene. I was trying to speak to someone. We were talking. He told me he was a part of this encampment. And in the midst of that, as we were talking,
That is good news, Miss Mo.
an officer came up behind him. 2 other officers came up from the front and they arrested him right in front of me. I asked why, what was going on. They told me he was being arrested. From there, I would say or so swarmed the area, and he was placed in the back of handcuffs. It got a little bit chaotic. He did try to kind of headbutt. He resisted a little bit and kind of hit his head between an officer and the car, and then he
Yeah,
was
he's
put
gonna have
into
fun
the
in
vehicle.
booking.
And that is one of the more tense moments of this day, where we saw the scene really just escalate as he was taken away in handcuffs, and the protesters were obviously just really upset at what they were seeing.
Yeah,
Yelling out
everybody
for him
thank
to
Ed
say
Eagle
his
for this
name,
coverage.
to
Ed
get
Eagle
his
hooked me me up with this
and
link.
that was
So
probably really where the tense moments kind of shot off from there, where things just really began to intensify. And so,
Bria, let me
again, at
ask
this
you
moment,
this.
That's how we got back out here.
So far, neither the mayor or the police chief have been to this area, this intersection.
That is what protesters are saying. They were saying that they're sending the city workers to, quote unquote, do their dirty work. And that's kind of how a lot of them are feeling, that I've had a chance to talk with, that they are sending out the city staffers here who are kind of blended in with him, who have kind of been communicating through this with all of them, versus them actually seeing the police chief or the mayor, which is what they are telling me that they would like to see. I did ask.
you don't need to see the police chief or the mayor. These guys act on their behalf.
Video statement this morning.
Ooh,
But
you think you're that important? You could just demand a meeting with the mayor?
She was on the scene for multiple hours. She has been saying, I don't know if we're going to get it. We're not going to get an interview today. Maybe a chance for an interview tomorrow. I'm not sure.
Amen to that
who
comment,
would
Miss
be
Mo.
with, if it would be with her or the police chief. But it does not appear at this point that we will be hearing from the mayor or the police chief about the scene that's unfolding.
Yeah, why do they think that they're because their
as
lawlessness
it is now 3:10,
entitles them
so
to
we're
meet with
6
important
hours
people?
into this.
It's kind of like Pam. Pam
The
thinks she's
concern
got all
has
these
got to
connections
be
and
what
she has all these
happens
important people
when
in
we
her
get
back
closer to
pocket. You're
6
nothing
o'clock. If
but a
this goes
nuisance.
into
You are
8
a
o'clock,
gnat
I'm sure
buzzing
the
in
police do not
somebody's
want
ear.
this
Nobody
to
cares
continue
about you.
into
You're
the
not
evening
important.
hours. And if so, are they preparing
Unless you
for
are, in
that?
fact, a Fed snitch, which everybody's
so far,
kind
first
of
we saw one officer,
theorizing
now
anyways.
there's
But
maybe 4 or 5 in the intersection.
even
Can
then,
we
you're
see
only
down the
important to your
streets? Does
handler.
it seem like
Your
there's any
importance does
kind
not
of
go above that.
staging for the long haul?
It appears that there may be a little bit of staging down the street. I can't directly see it, but I was told, and from what the protesters have kind of got on the
I
microphone,
don't know what
and
these are,
yelled
but they're
out
super
that
good. They're like some kind of
there may
chicken
be
tornado
a
sticks or
little
something.
bit of
Super good.
staging not too far away. But at this point, from what we can see, the amount of officers has only decreased from what is in from our
How come
side.
none of these
From what
people
we
look
can
like
see,
normal
I did
people?
see a drone
They
earlier,
all
so maybe
have
about
something
in the
wrong
last
with them.
5 or so minutes ago, I saw a drone, some sort of
None of these
device
people look normal.
in the air. I'm not sure if that is police. I'm seeing another drone. This is the second drone, and the protesters have now noticed the drone as well. And so it appears that while they may not be here on site, they are keeping an eye on the protest.
That's a
with
big
this
back
drone,
pocket,
if this
Snooks.
is in fact a police drone. Again, that has not been verified, but this is the second time, and this is the second drone.
Justice for Corey Ruiz. Didn't he already get justice?
As I'm watching,
He tried
your
to run
live
over
shot,
feds, and they
Marisa
unalived
said
him.
this as well.
He already got
it's
justice.
difficult to tell if everyone who's here is here to protest, or
Again, this
if
is the
they're
backwards. This is the
just
inside-out world they live in.
want to disrupt.
They want
this
to make a
neighborhood.
hero out of people that just break the law
At
and
least
do
from here,
really
from
vile
this
stuff.
vantage point, from what we have been seeing for the last few hours, the people that have been coming out here, while there are a lot of onlookers, there are quite a few spectators that have come out here to watch this all play out. For the most part, everyone who is speaking appears to be here for the protest. So most of the activity that we have seen, the
It's
people who
huge.
have been escalating, who police might say were escalating the situation, or the people who have been going face to face. Like right now, we're starting to see
You
some
saying it's your
activity.
bedtime, Rowdy?
We're starting to see the protesters crowd into the police officers' face,
Ooh,
dancing.
there's a Jim I
there,
don't recognize.
in their
Jim
faces.
FJ9OG. Welcome,
People
welcome.
get in the face of the police officers, and the police officers
Glad
are
you're
now
here to
face
join us.
face with the protesters, and they're saying that they're not leaving this area. I'm hearing some sirens. So I'm not sure where the sirens are coming from.
They're yelling at the cops
but
like they
more
could change
officers,
anything, but
State
yeah, you
Patrol
guys are
is
getting
now
run
coming
out.
in, Wisconsin State
You're
Patrol. They
losing,
are
so
here.
why are
They
you
walking
complaining,
towards the
acting
situation,
like you're tough
as well
when
as the
you're
city
losing
staffers.
in
They
front of
are
everybody?
also heading into
Yes, if you're going to sleep, have a good night. Have a
What
good
seems
rest,
to be
Robbie.
agitating them
Hopefully
at
it does you
this,
some good.
at this intersection? Is it because
Chicken and
this
cheese
driver
tornadoes.
wants to
That's what
get
I think
through,
I'm
or is
eating
there
right
some
now.
kind of dialogue
She
that's
didn't tell me
happening?
what it's called, but I think it's a chicken and cheese tornado.
It's usually the issue was with the drivers coming in. That appears to be a point for them that is triggering. And so I'm not sure if it's because obviously they're here because this
None
is
of these people look normal.
that Corey Ruiz was shot and killed. And so
There's an issue with every, and then she's out there with a freaking infant in her arms. What is wrong with these people? You got cop interactions, you got things that could potentially get explosive. Walk your kid down the block.
Take back the streets,
or get your kid taken away.
What they have been saying, but we have been hearing them yell out. For
if you put your kid in that environment, you should have your kid taken away.
These streets belong to us.
Will you two stop it?
Corey, you can tell us to go home, but you don't control the protests. And so that is the message that we have been hearing from the protesters. And so whenever someone tries to drive through,
honey, what are these? Are these chicken and cheese tornadoes?
Appear to take this deeply personal, and that
chicken
is
roller bites is what they are.
These situations of tense moments where the police officers are trying to let the drivers through,
Huh.
and the protesters
Snook said, "Welcome to here."
Snooks
must be tired. She just said, "Welcome to here."
It's such a tinderbox because you can see the officers who are
It is
there,
child
but
abuse. They should have their kids taken
seem to
away for
be
that crap.
assigned to do traffic control. You don't
You are
see
literally
them
putting your
in
child
any
in
kind
potential
of,
danger.
Crowd control. They're not mobilizing.
Good
like
on you,
that.
Jim. Do that. Make sure you wrap it in
And
bacon.
I think they changed their position because earlier this was not the case. Earlier, every time somebody stepped off the sidewalk, every time somebody maybe crossed the street and stayed a little too long, we would see them being approached by a police officer. That was when we were seeing people being arrested for standing in the street. And I think that because we only saw at one point, everybody literally took off running down the street. And so I think because things kept escalating, police have found that this tactic is working best.
Oh my
that
God, look at
they are
Sinead
now
in the middle
just
there.
trying to respond as need be. And that's the word that I got from the public information officer, that we are now taking the approach of responding as need be versus all of our footage earlier, us being out here hours earlier, the police were actively lined up on the other side of the street in groups facing off with the protesters, which
What
really
I don't get, Bria,
only seemed to agitate them.
As I'm watching this, so while I have been with you, this person that you have right here in the kind of clay shirt and he's got sunglasses, he seems to be the person at the center who is, the most vocal of this crowd.
It's like
and you
roller
say that there
thingies,
are
roller
city
bites. They're like
community
breaded
members
things
who
rolled up
have the
into
yellow
like a hot
vests
dog
that
shape
are
with breading on
supposed
it.
to help de-escalate things. I haven't seen a lot of dialogue with this individual.
What?
Yes, right now I'm seeing there's the woman with the yellow vest. If you can see, she is talking to him. His name is actually Basil.
That's a good lunch, baby.
We interviewed him earlier. As we were interviewing him, one of his friends was being arrested, and Basil is.
I liked it more than I thought I was going to.
Here, he's told me
must have been really needing
for
that.
much of this time, and so I won't say I don't know. He is the leader of the protests. I'm not sure exactly who the leader is, but he's definitely one of the more vocal people in this demonstration
can't
today.
hear it.
And so, as you can see,
you guys
near
hear
him, there's the woman who works for the city, and they're saying that the city of Madison is sending these staffers out here to
It's all the
talk
way
with them
up.
versus coming out here themselves.
Can you
And so
guys hear it
that's,
just fine?
One of the a point that you brought up, and a point that I also heard from the protesters.
And at this point, the protesters seem to outnumber those who are either police officers, state patrol, or one of the community interrupters. I just want to share this statement very quickly about the ongoing investigation. This was issued this afternoon. The Office of Independent Police Monitor has released an official statement
Thank
of
you,
the
Snooks.
ongoing investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz by a City of Madison police officer. I will not share details of that investigation here. The statement speaks to something broader than the single investigation, and it stands regardless of what that investigation ultimately finds.
They got to
So
kiss
that
ass
is,
to these rioters. It
the
doesn't make any
Madison,
sense.
City of Madison release it, saying that this is an ongoing investigation and
Dude tried
urging
to
people
run over cops to get
keep
away
that
from
in
being arrested.
mind and to again.
He FA'd, he
The
FO'd.
statement goes on to say, "My heart breaks for a community, a city grieving and navigating the trauma of watching Corey Ruiz
Pretty simple math.
be killed in person and on camera. What can't be denied is that this is a horrific thing to watch and a horrific thing to feel." So the police department is, pleading with the community saying that they understand the trauma of this, understand the very public way that this happened. But Chief Patterson has not been on scene, to my knowledge, nor has the mayor. And that is something that is upsetting, we've heard, to people who are there. And Bria, I'll let you jump in there.
Yeah, Kim, honestly, what you're saying is spot on to a reflection of what the protesters are saying. Right now,
so I wonder why this specific intersection. I wonder what the point is of this specific intersection.
We were talking about the stance earlier, and I think you could look at it from so many different perspectives. From at this point, it appears that police officers, obviously, I'm not a police officer, I'm a news reporter with Fox 6, but they have more so taken the stance that it is best for them to respond to this as need be. And so for them, they are removing themselves from the situation.
Right, Jim?
Honestly, most of the people out here right now appear to be state patrol. I only see at least maybe 4 Madison police officers. And so
yeah, because they don't want to put their cops in the middle of that,
kind
because
of taking the position
the state patrol can leave the area
from the outside. We're
but
let
the
this
locals
play out,
have to deal with it and get doxxed and get their houses
when they were out
threatened,
here, we were constantly
City Hall
seeing
attacked and the police department attacked. So they try to rely on
the
outside
protesters
agencies
if the police moved across the street away from them,
that's how bad
they
it
were
is.
coming
They're
to
scared
them
of these rioters.
to question them and to yell out their frustrations and anger at them. And then we were seeing at any given point, whenever maybe a light turned red and somebody might have stood in the street for too long.
That'd be interesting. You still got to hook me up on how to get there.
They were in violation of maybe some sort of traffic infraction. They were being able to
it's the one that pulled the knife.
Away
Okay.
from this situation. And so
Joyce Kirby.
Maybe in the
Thank
last,
you.
maybe it's been an hour
Thank
now.
you, Joyce Kirby.
I haven't seen anyone arrested within the last hour. But
Welcome
at
to
last
the
check,
show.
17 people have been arrested or detained.
I thought
7
this was,
arrested.
no, the guy that
10
tried to run him
detained
over was Houston.
and cited. I think someone in the last hour actually had their papers and was talking about their bond and came back to join the protest, which is what the public information officer told me had been happening. And so that really just goes to speak to the scope of this. 17 people arrested or detained, and we saw at least 2 more here. And so we're waiting for the final count from the Madison Police Department. That has not happened just yet. Right now, we're starting to see the protesters really just kind of grow in their frustration. But there was an elderly gentleman who was sitting in the street. Now I'm seeing a city staffer, his emblem, his logo on his vest is looking like it's with the city of Madison, and he's kind of helping that elderly man who was kind of sitting in the street. I'm not sure if he was a part of the protest or if that's just where he ended up. They're now moving him to off of the street, and so the police I guess they're just diverting traffic because we haven't had a car come down this way in quite some time. They're starting to chant again. I'm gonna go under the camera.
You need to shut up.
Excuse me.
There we go.
I'm just walking around so I can kind of see what the traffic flow is looking like.
Yeah, you're not seeing police in a crowd control stance. You're not seeing them in tactical gear. You're not seeing them in tactical formation. You're not seeing tactical vehicles. Right now, they are just there.
All right, I subbed to you, Snook.
In a wait and see position, I would say. So this sweep began this morning. The mayor saying there were safety issues, sanitation issues, the businesses were being disrupted.
There we go.
Declared this was
Thank you, Joe.
So at around
Appreciate
4:30
that.
this morning, city
It's Canadian dollars. I don't know how much that is in English, but
who were
okay.
not in gear. Again, we want to underline they were not in gear. The police were not. They cleared the block using bulldozers, all of those things that were taken from that intersection were then taken to a nearby park where
Unfiltered's in here. What up, dude?
Go and pick up their things. And so
well, welcome back,
Madison
Joyce.
officials
what up,
are
Unfiltered?
trying to de-escalate this situation. They're wanting these people to go home.
So now can you do the conversion on your phone,
This
dear?
started last week with the mayor.
Because I'm curious. What is
issuing
$10
video
Canadian?
statements saying that she understands the community's hurts and anger and frustration.
Oh, Joe says it's $7 US.
Increasingly becoming
Nice.
an unsafe and situation that could not
Well, that'll help me do math
continue.
later.
And by
I know
last
$10 is
evening,
$7, so
last
it's 70%
statement
of ours.
was
So now I can do the
everyone
calculation.
should leave immediately. And 4:30 this morning, that's when crews backed
Starting
by
classes on how
police
now.
started clearing the
$7.11.
area. So this has
7-Eleven.
this didn't all just happen today.
Starting
There
classes
have
on
been
how to not get
messages
shot by
from
law
the
enforcement.
mayor
Really easy class.
since the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah,
saying
cooperate.
that
If you
we
have an
need you
issue,
to
you take it
leave.
out in
There
court.
are problems
You don't
that
do
are
it on the
starting
side of
to
the road.
develop. You are hurting the neighborhood. The occupation started right after the July 22nd
Yeah, right?
shooting of 38-year-old
Comply.
Corey, released by a
I like the way
Madison
you said that.
officer. Right now, that is
Says
being
you said that like
investigated
the
by the Department
Yeah.
of Justice.
Sounded
Once
like, hey,
that criminal
comply.
investigation is completed,
Lesson 1.
and it does not
Comply.
recommend charges, it just collects the evidence, then that report will be delivered to the Dane County District Attorney, and based on that evidence, the district attorney will make a
Please
charging
press 1 for
decision,
Canadian.
whether to charge, not to charge, and if there are charges, what those charges are. And so last week we also had a statement from the district attorney trying to explain to folks that this is how it goes. While they want the officer charged,
And
while
I
they
reiterate,
want
why do
more
none of these people look
information,
normal?
that is not the process that is in place when there are police
They look like
shootings.
people that you would
First,
see in
an
an
outside
aisle at
agency, in
Walmart
this case the Department of
and
Justice,
go down the other aisle
is doing the criminal investigation.
at a high rate of speed.
And
Away
so
from them.
we continue to monitor this hour by hour. Our Ashley
Oh,
Sears
look, we
is
got a fake
also,
kafia on because this is about
arriving
Palestine too,
shortly
you know.
on site. So we've got multiple crews here as we continue to see how Madison authorities will
Look at this guy,
navigate the
6'11".
next few hours. After at 9 o'clock this morning declaring that this intersection was reopened to traffic.
Well, look, he's got a
It
gas
does not
mask on
appear
because
to
I see
be.
so much
We've
gas
only
smoke
seen
flying
now
around.
maybe a dozen cars
These
attempt
guys are
to
ridiculous.
make a turn in the intersection. None, or maybe one, completely going through the intersection. Protesters physically stopping cars that were trying to do so.
Yeah, you don't try to stop my
We're
car.
just
That's not a
gonna
good
hang
idea.
here on this shot and continue to monitor.
And continue to monitor. This is ridiculous. Let me see if there's anything else on. Yeah, they are. And they're so rebellious. They're so courageous and brave. They're walking in crosswalks. Because according to their thinking, you can't stop them for walking in a crosswalk. But technically they can because there are signals at that intersection. So they're jaywalking. Yeah, they are badass.
We lost a little bit of our audio there. But
Super
we've got two
badasses.
crews there now, and so you're seeing the shots that they are providing here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I've been with you for the last hour, and Maddie Stelk returns to take you to the 4 o'clock hour. You're watching the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Oh, okay. So why is Manny in Portland, and how do you guys know Manny's in Portland? I'm not. Oh, he was? Oh. What is that? That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's go back to home. I'm looking for new stuff, guys. Well, that's good news. What, dear? Snook said what? Oh. Okay, yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at different windows trying to find some more interesting stuff to play, so. Oh, that looks interesting. Let's see what this is, because that's getting boring, guys. Oh, where'd it go? It just disappeared. Oh, there it is.
Jeg synes ikke, det er sådan super fedt. Jeg bliver helt, jeg ryster helt. Vækstrøm bliver sindssygt, jeg mener, jeg synes ikke, det er sådan fedt at være her.
This is what we're dealing with, guys. And they wonder why we don't want them around.
Ahora todo va a ser familiar, venga, vamos a
What's going on here? I don't know. I think I'm on a different channel there, Joe, or Ed. I'm not seeing. I'm just seeing something from 16 minutes ago. So let me go over here to my live feeds and we'll see what I can find. Storage, hail damaging threats, John McKinney. Kern County Crime Watchers, not it. Yes. Let's put these guys on for a moment. Oh, this is not our area. This is not us. I'm looking on all my live feeds. I'm not seeing anything about it. Okay, let's get this back to there.
Debbie. You remember how to run that? Some cop down here won't let him come back up. What? Oh yes. Yeah, here.
All right, let me go to. We'll do X over here. Let's go to there. No, that's not what I want. I want YouTube over here. God damn it. Okay, I'm getting myself confused. Too many damn windows open. This is in Spokane. This is from the Spokane fires. Joe. Via your channel. Let's go live. Come on, give me my chat. Yeah, I'm on it, Ed. I'm trying to get to it on a different window here. I had too many windows open. I had to get rid of some stuffs. I'm getting there, slow but sure. Oh, they got horses out. They got horses out. Oh, now I gotta get rid of that other one. It's making too much noise. All right, let's go back to this one. Let's make this one make noise.
That is what you were saying with those people. But there is a lot of tension out here. Matt, I believe, is zoomed in on
Thank you, Ed.
this woman shouting at a police officer, and that kind of has been the scene out here since we started the show here at 4 o'clock, where it went from circling the block, demonstrators circling the block and chanting, to stopping along the sidelines and yelling and shouting in police officers' faces out here. And that is when we saw some of these arrests begin to start. And we saw a couple of cars coming through here. We saw a person sitting in the intersection. And you noted that was when 2 protesters were taken into custody. Since
Joe,
then,
600
we have
plus
seen a couple more in the intersection down there.
Not
Matt,
all
I don't know
houses,
if you
but
can
600
zoom
plus
in all the way
structures
down. If you see, there's a
burnt
person
to the ground up
who
there in that
appears to
fire.
be kneeling in the
And apparently
street.
it was
And officers
started by a
have surrounded that individual as well.
Ashley, from what you can tell, the businesses, I know that there's a bar on one corner, but they're pretty much closed and have been closed.
They're pretty much closed.
Is it the businesses you said? I'm
Yes,
sorry, it's
yes.
really hard to hear you out
Because
here.
it's early
Yes,
still.
all of the businesses appear to be closed here. I am told there's one business allowing some people in, some reporters in to use the restrooms and whatnot. There's a florist on the corner that has signs up that says, "We support Corey Ruiz." There is another business over here. The lights appear to be on and people are inside. I don't know exactly what that is. But yeah, for the last almost 2 weeks now, these businesses have been dealing with this and have been. You mentioned the people in the neighborhood having complaints as well about the noise levels throughout the night, and that is why the mayor for this encampment to be cleared yesterday. And this is what it's like out here now since 5 a.m. I don't know how many hours it's been, almost 12 hours now since they began dismantling the encampment out here.
Going to talk to our producer, Matt, now. We have the video statement from the mayor before this, or explaining why this is all happening. If we're able to share that again with our viewers who are just joining
I'm curious
us.
as to why this intersection,
This is
there's got to be
Mayor
a significance.
Rhodes.
Is this where the guy got unalived or
The
something?
decision to invoke this
here's this
action
chick.
was not made lightly and was only made after almost 2 weeks of
Satya
trying to resolve
Rhodes.
the situation
Your name is
peacefully
Satya.
and
I don't trust
voluntarily
you already.
with the people occupying the
Satya?
site.
Is that how you'd say it?
There are
Satya,
many hard
Satya.
conversations to come, and I look forward to us coming together as a community to have them. I ask that if you truly care about building a better future,
because she's just reading.
you
She doesn't
allow
believe
local
anything she's
businesses to
saying.
stay open,
She's just reading.
residents to freely access their
Where
homes,
I have
and the
to put
intersection
out
of
this
Williamson and
announcement
Baldwin
so
streets to
that
stay open.
we try to keep peace in Madison.
So that's the Madison
Thank
mayor.
you very
I mean, the city
much.
showed their hand with this. This should not have been a surprise to anyone that they were going to come in today. And the
Yeah,
city
no makeup,
sent
no
out
makeup.
different officials
'Cause, you know,
and
liberal women
community
don't believe in
members
makeup.
before they took down the encampment to kind of try and de-escalate the situation. And at 5 in the morning, when the city workers, without law enforcement, went out there, according to the mayor, those rocks were thrown at city employees, and that's when police moved in. And now throughout the day, we've kind of, again, seen this ebb and flow of protesters at times being arrested.
Look at that.
But this
You're
is
literally
now I'm
4
seeing,
feet away
and
from
this would be
them, but
well
you're
planned
yelling
out
into a
from the
bullhorn.
Madison Police Department. You're wondering, okay,
That's called
it's 4
pick me.
o'clock.
It's called
At some
everybody hear
point,
what I
are
have
we
to
going
say
to
because
try
I
and
want
open up the
everybody's
street?
attention.
And I mean, there's the mounted patrol moved
I'm not
in,
talking to
which has
anybody. I'm
left
just
the
saying
camera
things
there, and
so
more
that everybody will
officers
hear
now
me
on all
be a
4 corners.
social justice
When we
warrior.
started the show, there were only a few officers out there.
Why are you having a bullhorn in somebody's
they want
face?
people to leave. You know, it's not strictly just a traffic. They want people to
That's not a
disperse, to
conversation.
go
That's a
home,
performance.
and to let the tensions tick back a little bit. This has been going on for 2 weeks, and last week already, the mayor issued a series of releases saying, I understand you, I see you, but this is not the way to work on long-term solutions. There is an independent investigation going on by the Justice Department.
Well, he
This
should
is the
have thought
process
about his
that's
own
going to
black
happen.
life
Just
before he
trying to
threatened
speak
police,
directly
right?
to the protesters without speaking directly to the protesters, because that's one of the things the protesters said, is that the mayor has communicated through the media, through video releases, through press releases, but actually has not come down to the intersection. And so they, question her commitment to their concerns.
But a lot of what the
because she
police
didn't come down there in the
officers have
middle
been
of a
doing,
freaking-
and the city appears to be, we're
About to be
trying
a
to
riot?
de-escalate, and obviously
She
this
doesn't want to put her
starting
life in danger?
with an officer-involved shooting and a
I
deadly
mean, she's
one.
a stupid liberal, blah, but
Trying to hear what that officer was telling her.
she's mayor. She doesn't need to go down there. She has
can
people
tell
who
you,
work
he
on
just
her
said
behalf.
traffic is
That's how
going
that
to
works.
open back up
It's called
here.
delegation.
So he asked our photographer to
Do I have to write that on
move
a
to the side
chalkboard
and
for
get
you?
on the sidewalk here.
Reese?
He was trying to get his camera on a tripod that was in the street. So it appears they are trying to open this back open, or open this back up to traffic. And
Well, that was a scooter, right?
No, I just saw a
There we
van.
go,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's a second car.
no, there are
These people
cars,
have actually,
and I can tell you,
these
law
guys have
enforcement
already
has
shown
left the ends of the
propensity for
blocks
violence
here. So
by throwing
it
rocks at
appears
city
that
workers who had nothing to
traffic
do with nothing.
is back
They're
open
just trying to
now,
make the
and
city
cars
better.
are moving
But they've
through
showed
this
their propensity
intersection
for violence.
as the
Why would the
protesters are
mayor
standing off to the
go
side
down there
here.
and put
This is
herself
the
in the middle?
second time they've done this today, and earlier there were fewer officers
If you
out
want
there
people
when
to
that
listen to you,
happened.
then you
And the
protest
protesters
legally
just
and
went into
peacefully
the street and told everyone you're not
and
coming
non-violently,
through.
and maybe
but this
people
is a
come down and talk
different
to you.
situation now, because it seems there are
But they can't
many
think that
more
far ahead.
officers here to try and control this
They're all about
intersection,
emotions.
hoping that once
This is
traffic is
emotional
flowing and
thinking,
it looks
guys.
more like a normal intersection, that maybe the crowds will disperse.
You have about half a dozen officers at each corner keeping folks back, and this is the first this afternoon that I've seen actual traffic where you're seeing cars going in both directions and completely making it through the intersection. Earlier, all
That's
a
because
car
the cops
could do
cleared it
was
out.
turn.
It looks
And
like a pretty
even
major
that
road,
was
too.
not something that happened easily. We saw
Looks like a
some
main thoroughfare. It's not just one car
encounters
here and
with
there.
one of the people who
It's a
was
main
arrested that we
thoroughfare.
saw live on our air actually put his foot on a car of an elderly couple to stop them from going forward.
And you know what's different here, Ash? It does not appear they're allowing people really to walk across
If there ever came
the
a day
intersections like they were before.
normal
as those
citizens start
officers,
fighting back
to me, seem
against this
stationed,
shit.
You know, a few people will get through.
These people are
but
in
they're
for a
stationed in all
world
4 corners here.
of eye-opening experiences.
Yeah, and the lights have now gone back to normal. They were flashing yellow and red. Now there are normal traffic lights happening. We are seeing a couple of people walk across the crosswalks here, but they have kept the demonstrators off to the side.
Actual
as
everyday
traffic
normal
now
citizens started
is once
fighting
again
back.
flowing.
The cops would just have to go away.
And those protesters
they
are
wouldn't be able
chanting
to-
now
they wouldn't be
Black
able to
Lives
stop it.
Matter. It has
But they
gotten
count on
considerably
normal everyday
louder
people
out
being
here,
law-abiding citizens.
even though many of the protesters are now
They like to do
separated
this
by
against
4
people that aren't
corners
gonna fight back.
along the sidewalk. So it's
this is
not
why they only
one
do it in their
large
safe
group
spaces.
standing together. Everyone is on each 4
You
corners
get your kid
out
yelling
here
at
at
a
the
freaking
intersection.
little tiny
And we're
megaphone.
seeing that there are people of all ages there. You've got a young girl
That's child
right
abuse
now
right
with
there.
a small blowhorn.
That's neglect and endangerment.
Yes, there are children out here.
And not to point out
we
the
saw
obvious,
a woman
isn't that a little
with
black
two
girl
little ones
standing
walking
there
in the middle
with
when
the
the
white mom?
traffic was opened up here.
That has a Black
made me a
Lives
little
Matter shirt
nervous
on.
as she crossed the
Pretty
street
much
here.
know
But
who
yes,
she's
there are
married
some
to,
children
don't
out
we?
here,
Or was
as
married
well as
to.
adults.
It's 4:30. You're watching breaking news coverage here
'Cause I
on
don't
Fox
see
6
Dad standing
News
out
as you
there.
are looking live at Madison after an encampment was taken down that has been there for several days after a deadly police shooting in Madison. And in the hours since
wonder if
then,
she
as we
thinks Baby
approach
Daddy's life
nearly
matters.
hour 12 on this, the protesters remain.
Baby
But
Daddy
for really
left
the
her high
first
and
time
dry
all
after he
day,
got
we're seeing
his
cars being able
token
to make
snowflake
it through this
impregnated.
intersection as officers are trying to open it back up.
The investigation continues with the Justice
Wonder if
Department,
that
also
Black
the
Lives
Independent
matters.
Police Monitor doing their own
She might have some
investigation
argument on
into
that
the July
Probably
shooting
not, because
of
now she
Corey
gets
Ruiz. The
all
office
kinds
has
of
opened its own
services
independent investigation
and
in the
supplements
killing,
and
and it says their statement says
single mom welfare
they're not going to
benefits.
share the details of the investigation, and that nothing in this statement should be read as a finding, but just
Tyrone
letting
Jamal Jr.
the
helped her
public
out.
know that
She doesn't have to work it all
wherever
now.
a life is lost, and especially a life lost at the
I put
hands
it
of
in my
those
bag.
who took an oath to protect and serve, we will take a deep look
Well,
at
Snooks,
every
we weren't
measure.
even
That
allowed
is
to
from
wear
the
all Lives Matter
office,
shirts.
the
Alone
Independent
White
Police
Lives Matter.
Monitor.
We've seen lots of arrests today. As Ashley was just reporting moments
again,
ago,
this is in the cities. I gotta
the
tell a little
public
story.
information officer, as we call
So I
them,
went
that's
out
the
to my,
person at a police department who
my
provides all the
daughter's
information
son's,
for
my
that police department,
grandson's
says 17
birthday some
people
years
were
ago.
arrested, but that I do not
This was
believe
during
counts
the-
all of the arrests
the
we
big
have just
BLM
seen,
riots.
including 2 a short time ago here on
And
Fox
this
6
is a
News at
little
4,
Eastern
and
Oregon
2
town
during
out in
our
the middle of
breaking news
nowhere.
coverage in the afternoon.
You know, pretty wholesome
Ash,
conservative
there have
people out
been,
there.
that's
And
at
there
least
was this
4 more
restaurant diner
arrests,
type thing, and we all-
and right now it appears
After
that
my grandson's
officers
birthday, we
are
all got
just
together to go
hanging
to, the
out
whole
at
family got together
corners
to go to dinner. So there's
of
like
the
20 of us.
intersections.
And
Yeah, since
I had a
since
T-shirt
we were
from
updated
Sturgis
last
that
with
said,
those 17 arrests, I think Bria said
Black
she saw at
Bikes
least
Matter,
2
written
after
in
that,
the
and then we
BLM
saw at
font.
least 4 people taken into custody
It
shortly
looked
after
like it said
4
Black
o'clock
Lives
here.
Matter, but when you look at it, it
as
says
the
Black Bikes
police
Matter,
moved the
right?
demonstrators out of
And
the
I wore it to
intersection
this
and
restaurant,
onto the
and I'm
sidewalks
towards
here. Tensions
the
were
back
boiling
of
over
the
as
party,
some of those protesters
and
continued
a
to stand in the
waitress
streets. We're not exactly
locks eyes with
clear
me
on
and
why they were
beelines right through
arrested,
our
but we
family
did see a
crowd.
few people be
And she
sprayed
comes
with
up
some
with
sort of
me with this
irritants
horrible
in their
look on her
eyes,
face,
and
and
this
she's
area
like,
kind of
"We'd
cleared out
appreciate
for a
it
little
if you
bit.
just didn't
Right
come in
now,
here
many
with
of these
that shirt on."
protesters are still
And I
now
said, "Excuse
standing
me?"
along the sidewalks
She said,
as
"We're not gonna have
traffic
that kinda
is once again
political
moving
aggression
as
and
normally
things like
as
that
possible.
in our establishment,
But there
so we'd
are still
appreciate
a
it
lot
if
of
you just
chants
left."
happening
And I looked down
from
and I
these
remembered what shirt
protesters,
I was
but
wearing.
no
I
one
just
has
started
tried to make
cracking
their
up
way in the
because
street
she's looking me in the eyes the whole
to
time.
take over
And I
the
said, "Do me a
intersection.
favor." She's like, "What's that?" And I
But
said,
we did see earlier
"Look down and
today when our
actually
Bria
read
Jones
my
was
shirt."
out here when
And
traffic
she
was
looks down,
opened
this
up
big smile
initially.
gets on her face, and she
a
starts
couple
laughing.
of
She's like, "Oh my
protesters
God, I'm so
did
sorry."
tap on some of the vehicles, put their feet on some of the vehicles. We haven't seen that now. That traffic is once again
But when you get out
flowing
in the rural
through this
Oregon,
area
they
right
don't
now.
put up with that crap.
Earlier on the Wisconsin Live Desk with Maddie Stelk, Bria was interviewing someone who was in a crowd, an older gentleman, and he said, and I quote, "We need help. Madison needs help." This
Well,
has
they didn't like the Snooks
reopened
because
or
they said
irritated
that that was
a wound
racist because it
That
didn't
was one
say
of the
Black
earlier
Lives
This
arrests.
is one
Matter.
of the earlier arrests between the community
Which
and
is-
the police, and
which
that
is deliciously
tension,
ironic.
we're seeing it boil right here in this intersection.
Wearing an
I can tell you, I
unracist
interviewed
shirt
that
is
individual. His
racist
name was
because
Dwayne, and
it's
he was
replacing
saying that
a
Madison
racist
needs help right now. And yes, he said this was opening old wounds.
because it's
he
replacing
mentioned
a
something
racist
about his
shirt.
own son and an interaction with Madison
that's-
police, and
that's the
he
upside down
says
world we
that
live
this
in.
is a fear that he's lived with. What happened to Corey Ruiz would happen to his own family, and that is why he joined this protest on July 22nd. And many people out here, that is why
It's
they
really
joined the
loud, James.
protest
please
because they
quiet
are
down.
concerned with the situation here in Madison.
Well, you can be
We
funny a
just
little
saw
bit
moments
quieter.
ago a protester throw a water bottle
said
at one of
please,
the
I
police
didn't yell.
officers who just kicked it in the intersection. So despite some tense moments out here, we are not seeing any more arrests
Ooh, is that
as
the
of right now.
fruitcake?
The video you're
Yeah!
seeing on the
You got
left
the
is from
fruitcake, honey.
earlier when it appears officers made that decision
Yeah,
to
the guy-
reopen
yeah.
this intersection to vehicle traffic. And I just saw someone sit in the road, and that was kind of the first scuffle I saw. I don't even know if the person sitting was one of the people arrested, but the individual you see right there was on a bullhorn in officers' faces for a bit. The individual that you saw taken away in the video, we had actually interviewed, had been out here all day long. Ash, I don't see the mounted patrol anymore. They arrived and then they galloped off, it seemed, as I don't see them at this intersection.
Yeah, we don't see mounted patrol. Like I said, the law enforcement that was blocking the ends of the streets have gone, and several of the Madison police squads that we saw parked along the side have gone as well. There are still a few squads that I do see parked along Baldwin Street here, but a large majority of them are no longer at the ends of the block here. And we've seen several squads passing through the intersection as well. I don't know if they're just trying to make sure that traffic can get through, or if they're just trying to go on their way. But we have seen several squads driving through this intersection as well.
I don't see, those guys are just screaming at those officers. Ash, I don't see the officers talking back or interacting that much with the people who are screaming at them.
All of them need to sign up for my class,
no,
right?
We haven't seen a lot of interaction between the two. I can see the lips, the mouth of one of the police officers saying something. I'm not quite sure what, because we're across the street here. But yeah, they are yelling in the faces of these police officers who are standing rather stoically as they're getting yelled at here. And we did mention that someone did throw a water bottle that is
really
now lying
loud,
in the middle of the street here. So
at
that moment we thought something might
shattering wine glasses there
pop off, but it seems to be
do they understand that
at this point?
If they met most of these cops,
Ashley, we're just gonna just listen for a little bit, take in this moment of what's going on here.
But a lot of these cops will literally wipe the floor with them if they met them on a one-to-one.
And also the officers who are being yelled at. So we're just gonna take a second to just listen.
Oh, that's gross, Ed Eagle. Probably true, but gross. He said, "Do I have to take your analysis in front of somebody?" Pineapple. We'll feed pineapple. It's always pineapple.
And so you're hearing some of the chants, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thanks to Zach X, everybody's safe word is now
I believe they're
pineapple.
chanting "No Killer Police," and that is a child that we hear kind of leading the chant. She's being held by her.
Yeah, Joe, I think that's a standard everywhere.
A mother
I think
or something,
they
an adult is holding her as she is now leading the chant, saying "No Killer Police."
It is interesting. This is an intergenerational protest. I mean, we have seen people of all ages kind of at the front line expressing how they feel about the situation. What
if I was
like
not
only today,
child services agent or something like that,
I could see a couple
I would be down there getting the
screen here.
Off of everybody that has a child
interesting,
down there.
I've covered lots of protests here, and just how the officers are dressed here. You don't see those protective shields. I have been on scenes before where the bike patrol will show up, and they are trained to use bikes to
obviously these guys aren't stressed very much. They're just in regular clothes
these, Ash, look
with
like
bright
your
vests
regular
on.
patrol officers.
They got no riot gear
with their yellow vests
whatsoever.
on.
None.
Yeah, and right now they're all getting bottles of water handed out to them.
If I was a
as
protester,
they,
I would be upset
continue to
because
stay
they are
out
definitely
here.
not taking
on
these
the other
people
side,
seriously.
I do see some officers who appear to be dressed in more, I guess, longer sleeves with flak jacket or like a bulletproof vest, I guess.
Oh my God, this news lady
was that a community member who handed out the water bottles to them?
I saw a police officer
You know,
handing
if you
out
listen
water
to these
bottles
newscasters, you can tell that they have no grasp on reality. Everything they know about the world comes from their teleprompter.
I do see.
They
I'm
really don't know
walking
anything
around
about
here.
the
I
real
do
world.
see the mounted
Because
patrol,
when they have to ad lib, when they have to talk off the
still
cuff,
out here.
they sound really, really dumb.
They're hanging. There are two officers on horseback. Are still out here as well.
All right, Ash, we're going to have to cut your audio for a second because you keep coming in and out there. We're going to try and fix that
your audio for a second
real
'cause you
quick
sound
here
really
as
dumb.
we're getting a live picture. I've been really focused in. Look at this conversation that community member in the center of your screen, he's just been having with that officer the whole time.
Oh my God, would you look at
Obviously,
this?
he's
These
animated,
people are
but,
actually talking.
oh
my God, breaking news.
Right. And
They're
we've
actually
seen
having
that,
a
and we've
conversation. Would you
seen
look at
much
that,
more
Nancy?
heated conversations that have happened where people have actually been yelling at the officers.
Can I get the cameraman to zoom in on that? There's actually a conversation taking place.
Officers who responded to
he
that
zoomed out
call
instead.
involving
Look at that.
Corey Ruiz, they have been placed on administrative leave, as is standard procedure during any investigation where an officer discharges a firearm. The Department of Justice now is the
I get
outside
it now. It just dawned on
investigating
me why that
agency
white
and is
lady has
investigating
her,
what happened. Madison
mulatto
police
child
officers
with
do
her
not
children. It looks like
wear
there's two of them.
body cameras, and so that is
There's a reason why
one
that white
thing that
lady
has come
has
out
her
of this.
mixed race
It's
child
been a
with her,
long
so
and
they won't beat the
complicated
crap out of her for being
history
white.
for Madison, because at one point the community
that's-
was
that's
very
her-
much
that's her get out of
against
jail
body
free card.
cameras,
I
fearing
ain't
some groups
racist.
that
I had
it
a
would lead
baby
to
with
over-policing.
Tyrone.
It would be an invasion of privacy. Then there were budgetary concerns that the money budgeted wouldn't actually go to
Yes,
the cameras.
those
it
are
would go
very,
for,
very well-trained horses.
storage of the video. So there's a lot that's gone on that stalled this. But the new police chief, Chief Patterson, is very much in favor of
Like
body
they are
cameras,
specially trained.
and
They're not just
had
well-trained, they are
discussed
specially
this
trained.
before the
Those are
this police shooting
extraordinary
in
horses.
July.
They're
So
actually bred for
what is
that.
has fueled this is that the video that has been released, or that people have seen, is that was captured on the street by witnesses on cell phone.
We've got a new interview, I believe. Let's listen.
Now, and how long have you been out here?
I've been, first of all, my name is Dwayne Washington.
I've been out here for 3 weeks
I've
and
been
haven't
dealing
eaten.
with
That's why
the
I'm
Madison
sick figure.
police since July of last year. They attacked my mentally disabled son and tased him when he was handcuffed. I have a complaint against them. I've been living in nightmares, thinking that this same thing was going to happen to my son.
And Dwayne, when did you join this protest?
Well, then maybe you should
here?
have better control
The
on
day
your
it
son.
happened. I've been here every day protesting, and I don't plan on leaving.
Have you been out here overnight as well? Have you been sleeping
got
out
my
here?
Fetty
No, I
on
haven't.
order. They're going to
Just tell
DoorDash
me
it to
kind
me.
of the message now. Were you out here at 5 in the
I'm
morning
aight.
when crews came and
No, I wasn't. I was shocked when I got here. I didn't think that they were actually going to do what they said they were going to do. But it's clear they do not care about anything has to do with our community, the black community.
They're out there
New
keeping
arrest
your
here.
community
We gotta take you
safe
out
and
live. That's what's
unencumbered,
happening.
you moronic pile of
Yeah,
crap.
I want to. You can see here, Madison police have taken someone else into custody who just walked in
Yes,
the
no, they're
intersection
actually-
here,
they pick
and
and
they
choose
stopped him
bloodlines
as he was
according to
walking
their
in the middle
skills
of the
and abilities.
intersection. I don't know if he
So
didn't have the
they do the
right
same
of way
thing
to
with
go,
dogs.
but
They do the
he
same thing
began
with
yelling at
horses.
police, and they did take him into custody there.
Yes, Jim, you
So
are correct.
in this
It is
last hour
a
that we
dominance
have been
thing,
on
tribe
since 4 o'clock,
mentality.
what is that, 4 arrests? 5?
I think we're up to 5 now.
I believe 5.
But you'd think they'd get a
5
lesson now
arrests.
that these
And I
cops
believe
aren't
that
effing
individuals,
around.
you
These
see all the
cops
people there with the
are
white
arresting people and
masks.
taking
That
people
individual
away.
we just saw arrested was among that group.
Somebody told
behind
them
the gentleman we were focusing on who
to
was having
ignore
the
the stand
conversation.
down
Who was
order. Somebody
behind
told
them.
them that they are
They've
allowed
been
to be
very
cops
animated
today.
on that corner compared to
So-
where you're standing, Ash.
Probably
on the
because
corner across
dude
from me,
says he's not going
that
anywhere and he's
seems
got to
be
get his
the
fix.
corner where
You can
the
just look at him and
protest
tell.
has grown. There are quite a few people at our
5'11"
corner as
and
well,
110
but
pounds,
it's
and you're gonna
not
tell me he's
as
not on something?
tense. And the corners across the street, also, there doesn't seem to be that same sort of shouting. But you see, protesters are in the
Meter is
faces of some of the
crashing
police
out
officers
over
here, and they
filters.
were chanting a short
Don't
time
know
ago.
what that means.
We did see that child that was leading one of the chants has moved across the street here with what appears to be her mother. So she is on this side of the street here. But it looked as though an individual was crossing the street.
Yeah, some of them probably
maybe
are
when
quarter
the walk
horses
sign
because
was
a
not
lot of
on,
police horses
and
are
kinda
rather
got
large.
into it with the
But they do that on
officer,
purpose.
who
That
then,
size thing, it's
put
intimidating.
like a zip tie
People don't want to
around
get
his
kicked
wrist.
by a horse.
So
So
that is what we saw here while you
other
were
than
listening
obviously we see some
to that interview
idiot protesters
with Dwayne
that
Washington, one of
can't
the
do math.
protesters who joined this protest back
they don't
on
understand that
July
a 1,700-pound
22nd.
And
animal
actually,
is
again,
no
this
match.
does not appear that officers are
You're no
positioning
match
themselves
for
for
a 1,700-pound animal
a large-scale
that is faster than you and
enforcement.
probably smarter
the
than
people
you.
who are being arrested are being
I'm going to guarantee these police horses are smarter than 90%
so
of
there's
these
like no
protesters.
tactical there's no police van rounding folks up and making mass arrests.
Well, Wolfie, maybe they should start lifting their leg and peeing on
and
each
when we
other,
saw
right?
those earlier arrests, Kim, we saw sort of many of the protesters
Yes, baby
run
mamas.
to that person that was being arrested. We didn't see that with this last arrest. Everyone stayed off to the sides as that individual was taken into custody and brought to a police squad. People are walking back and forth now here along the sidewalk as there is that walk sign on. So I don't know if they're just trying to agitate or
guys,
make a
can we
statement
not
here, but they are
do
walking back and forth as
the
that
elsewhere
individual
chat,
was, but it was
elsewhere
not
drama
a
in my
walk sign,
chat,
I don't
please.
believe,
If you guys don't
when
like
he
each other,
crossed
just
the
don't
street
talk
when
to
he
each
was
other.
taken into custody.
We'll see what happens when
I
it
don't
turns
want to
red.
kick
You know,
anybody
that
out of here. I don't want to get
interview that
involved
we
in
just
that
listened
shit. If
to
you guys
after
don't like
you
each other for whatever
conducted-
reason, that's fine. As
It
long as
really
everybody's behaving in
spoke
mine,
to
I
what
don't
Kim,
want
you
to
were
do the
talking
drama.
about the history. This is
It just stopped
kind
me.
of been boiling a little
Yeah.
bit.
There are
in
people
Madison.
that like
I
the
was in
drama
green
in their
room,
chats.
Ashley, and
I'm not one of them.
Forgive me. I
Let's
was
talk about
watching
what's
our
going on
coverage, and I
on
know that
video,
you and
guys.
Bria were overlapping.
And if you
but
can't
that
talk to each other, then
interview,
don't. We're all
I
adults
heard
here.
it, and the gentleman.
I'm pretty sure everybody
almost
in my
spoke
chat is of
directly to the
drinking
camera
age,
and said,
so we can all be
"We
adults."
need help.
Yeah,
Speaking of-
exactly. And he said
Shit, I gotta work tonight. I can't
he
have
was
a
so moved that he needed to join this protest. Right now, there is a car that's honking and people are clapping, sort of showing support for the protest out here. So
That's who I want
people,
supporting me, somebody who
are
obviously
cheering
can't
now,
park
and
the
that's what
car
you're hearing
properly.
in the
Get a big
background
door
here
bash on it.
as traffic is back open. But yes, that individual
really?
said, we need help
Well, let's
here in
see.
Madison, and we're
Am I at 100?
hoping that there are more eyes on
gotta turn
us,
it up
and
the
that
program.
something will
I'm at
change
100.
because of this. And
Let
he
me,
was standing firm that
let me
this protest
amplify.
will not end here. I know police
hear me now?
are trying to clear out the area now, but no one seems to be going anywhere. I want to apologize. There's some
Can you hear
profanity
me now?
happening. I don't know if you can hear that in the background.
So what I said
but
was,
there's some
let's keep
profane
other
language,
chat
happening.
drama out of my chat,
As,
please. Let's
you
focus on
can
what
see
we got
police
going on.
officers
And
now too. They
be
aren't
nice to each other or
bunched
ignore
up
each other,
against the
one or the
sidewalks
other.
here. They're kind of moved out in the street
all
a
be
little bit
adults.
more themselves here. So I don't know exactly what's happening along
Have a
that
good time.
corner where we saw tense moments earlier.
Yes, I can read it,
And
babe.
we want to
I turned mine up.
remind
I'll
people
turn
of
the news
how
down.
we got to this situation. This was on July 22nd. Police were
There, I can't do
responding
much
to
more than
reports
that.
of
How about if I move
someone
this
who
closer
was
to my
trying
mouth?
to open car doors. At some point, they
Does that help, guys?
spotted an individual, a man, on a bike, and identified that person as the suspect.
And that's when there was a scuffle. It appeared right at this intersection, and as the individual from viewer video from someone with their cell phone out who was capturing this.
Okay,
appeared
I
to
turned
show
me
an
up and the
arrest
video
taking
down. We should be
place.
better now.
Police say that Cory Ruiz, the suspect they've identified,
No apologies
had
needed. Let's
a
just do
knife
better,
and
guys.
an officer
Let's be adults
was
here.
Injured. Some
That's
who
all I
watched the
ask.
video
We're all grown-ups.
Believe that the individual was already being taken
Because you're
into
in a
custody or
chat
under arrest. So that
does
video
not
will be crucial
negate the
evidence
fact that we
as
are
this
grown-ups.
all unfolds, but this encampment has
There,
been
I
out
can't
there
turn it down
for
anymore,
several
and you guys
days.
still hear it. So
And some of the people who said we need help are the people who live in this neighborhood who say it has been a nightmare now.
I just don't like the
living
fighting,
here.
guys.
Some
My
of them even
chat seems
support
to be the
the
one
messages that's
that
coming
everybody
out
has
from
peace
the
and respite in,
protesters,
and I'd like to keep
but
it
saying
that
it's
way.
been all morning, all day, all night.
I
as
don't do
people
the
have been
drama. You guys
living
want to argue
out
with
in
each
the
other in other
street.
people's chats?
And the city said enough is enough. And
Good
this
on
morning
you.
they
You're
went
entitled
in
to
with
do
city
that. I'm not
workers
yelling at
to take
anybody.
down the encampment.
I'm going to take a minute
just
to
want-
read a little bit of
I just want to
the
be happy.
transcript from
Happy,
the
happy,
news
joy,
conference
joy
the
in
day
here.
after this held by
Snooks, you're usually the
Police
one
Chief
promoting that.
Patterson, and he said
You are very good at
he
uplifting
spoke
the
about a lot of
atmosphere,
things, but
so
he wanted
I'd like to see
talk
that Snooks
about the
again. How about?
investigation, let people know. So he says, I want to take time to outline the process for all
Oh my
of
God,
you
it's
when
so
a death
hot in here.
occurs in
Tank
any
out.
community in Wisconsin
Thank you.
that involves police. This is an open and active homicide
Nobody put Snooks in a
investigation right
corner.
now in accordance with state statute. The police department has called for a thorough,
No drama llamas.
independent criminal investigation into yesterday's
We can watch
shooting,
the
so
drama
at the
on the
request
screen.
of,
That's plenty enough drama.
the Milwaukee, or excuse me, the Madison Police
Oh, these guys that
Department,
have bull
Wisconsin
horns and a
Department of
mask on.
Justice, criminal investigation,
Counterintuitive,
DCI,
isn't it?
and by me and others, they will lead this homicide investigation. So there's I know frustration that we've heard from people of why aren't there charges? Why isn't there more information? Madison Police are not the investigative agency. This is
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit tired, so if I'm grumpy,
has to
sorry.
happen first.
And it should
This
be
is the
noted
middle of the
there
night
is
for
a
me.
State law in Wisconsin. It was kind of led by Michael Bell, an individual in Kenosha whose
So if
son
I'm getting a little grumpy, just forgive me.
during a interaction with law enforcement. And there was a push that anytime
smoke?
lethal force is used by a police department, they wanted
Should I
an
put a
outside
cam in my
agency
truck
to
or
come
new
in. That is now
exhaust?
state law. So Madison Police.
Well, it depends on what you're
didn't have
going
a
after.
choice. They
Welcome,
had to
Chief
bring an
Smoke.
outside agency in.
Welcome to the
Department of Criminal
welcome to the
Investigation
chat. Welcome
is
to the
now
show.
leading that investigation. The DA has come out
Come
and
on, go
said,
back.
once that investigation is complete, they will hand off everything to
Is there a reason
me,
you can't do
the
both
district
because of
attorney's
financial
office,
or whatever?
and we will review it.
Because
so
in
this
my
is gonna take
experience,
time
putting a
because
cam
this
in
investigation
doesn't
not
make you sound any better
properly
if you
is
don't
far
improve
from
the
over.
exhaust.
These sometimes things can take
And
months.
the exhaust
Once
is
the
a
investigation is
slight
complete, then it
benefit
goes to the
to
district
performance,
attorney who
but it's
sometimes will
more
ask
aesthetic.
follow-up
It's more about the
questions to
sound.
DCI and say, what did you think? Why did
But
you
if you put a
say
cam
this,
and
or
an
what does
exhaust at
this
the same
mean? So
time,
there's some back and forth there.
then
It
you're going to
also
get the chop.
highlights the difference between police
I'd say do them
departments
both at the
because
same
with all
time. I
that
don't know what
said,
you're putting it in.
You're watching at home and you're
I don't know
thinking,
what
well,
motor.
police,
I don't know what your
unfortunately,
goal is. That's pretty
tragically, I
vague
should say,
question there,
has had police
Chief Smoke.
shootings.
I mean, I
And
could talk to you
in
about
the
this
city
all
of
day, but
Milwaukee, the
I
policy
I
is,
need more
and there
information to
was
properly
lots
assess that
of
situation.
work with the community and the police and Fire Commission to get
Well, like I
this
said, my
policy in
advice
place
is to do both if you
that
can.
if an officer is involved in a shooting, that video is released. There's a meeting
The
with
chop is the
family.
potato, Snooks.
Is it 15 days?
That's when you're going down the road and the car goes
And the family gets to see the video at least.
like the big
Well,
race cars do and stuff like that.
Madison
That's
is
a chop.
different police
It's called a
department,
lumpy
so
They
cam.
don't even have the body
They don't
cameras.
have the body cameras.
We call it
And as of
potato in
last
the angry
Friday, when
world.
we spoke with,
I mean, in
one
the
of the
Harley world.
attorneys, the Ivory Lamar, representing the family, at that point, there had been no conversation, no meeting between Madison Police and the family. So the different cities, the departments have different policies in place.
When you hear me fire up my Harley,
This is
you'll
clearly
know
on
what a
display.
chop is.
And many
Because
law
my Harley
enforcement
chops
will tell you,
big time.
we can't meet
Because
with
not
them
only is it a
because
Harley,
we
but it's a
can't
Harley
tell
with a
them
cam in it.
anything
So
because we are
I have
being
big
investigated
time
by
potato going on my bike.
investigation, so that all needs to go to them first. And so patience is always tested. And each of these is so unique. Each police shooting, deadly police shooting that we've covered, each one has its own set of circumstances.
But here's
No
another
two
thing
are
you got to
the
think
same.
of, Chief Smoke,
And so they're never really handled
is a
exactly
lot of
the same, just
times
based on the circumstances. And the
you
community
have
doesn't always
to
react the same way.
take
And
both
this
of those into
community
account when you're doing each
has
other.
a tragic
Like if
history.
you, okay,
There's
say
been
you've got a
5
5-liter
police
Mustang.
shootings
5-liter
in
Mustangs
this area, and the police chief spoke
rely
to
a
that,
lot on back pressure.
understanding
So I've seen people put
how this is
wide open
triggering, how
exhaust
this
on their
is
5-liter
a wound
Mustangs,
that
and then
has
they run
just
like,
never really healed.
and then when you put a cam in it, they
And
sound like
that
poop.
is why one of the reasons you've seen
So
people respond the
a lot
way
of
that they
cams
have, and also
need a specific amount of
the
back
police
pressure or
have,
flow.
because certainly in other cities, when you've had
If you're going to do like
shootings,
Flowmaster, or if you're going to do
the tactical gear, the shields,
cherry
and
bomb
the
muffler, straight
pepper spray,
pipes,
that's not what police are doing here, and that is a very
you know, do you got
deliberate
headers on it?
decision by
There's a whole
Madison
lot of different
Police to
whole lot of different variables that go into that
and see
decision.
if this can play out naturally on its own. Ash, I want to take a temperature gauge from you because it does seem the tensions are lower than they were from a few minutes ago.
You have a hole in your exhaust that makes the car sound
Yeah,
cool.
things have quieted down considerably since the last time we spoke. I was just speaking with an individual wearing a press badge who says he was pepper sprayed when the first 2 arrests happened out here, or the first 2 when those people were taken into custody out here. He was caught in the middle of it and he was pepper sprayed. You see, there are several people
Oh, they're
several
honking
cars,
because, or
excuse
they're
me,
yelling
at the
because people are
intersection, honking
honking.
their horns in support of what's happening out here as people are chanting. But it has gotten
What is happening? A bunch of
lot
people are
quieter
standing
out
around.
here, in the last
What exactly
half
is
hour or
happening?
so, as
What
police
change
have
are they
kept
affecting?
protesters out of the intersections and on.
They're throwing a
to the
tantrum to
sidewalks
try and
here.
get a
On
reaction
July 22nd,
out of
police
government
encountered Corey
officials.
Ruiz responding to reports of someone trying
And
to
they
open
may in
car
this town.
doors.
I was going to say
During
it's
that
not really
encounter that happened
a
in
good
that
strategy, but
intersection,
in these
police say
liberal
that
run
Ruiz
blue
had a
cities, it
knife
seems
and
to
injured
work.
one of the officers. He was
I mean,
on
look
the
what happened in
ground.
Portland.
In the video
They
that is
started a
circulating
riot, and
online,
Portland
you see
sided
an
with them
officer
against
discharge his weapon. Police
feds
say the
and
injured
property
officer
owners.
is the officer who fired.
And this morning, this was 5 a.m., when the city gave everyone in this encampment a heads up. It's basically saying enough is enough. This is not safe.
See, they
We
warned
need
them.
to take
They
it
warned them.
down.
They let them know it was going to
And
come.
They offered to move a lot of the things that were there for the memorial to a nearby park, so there would still be a spot for people to gather and grieve.
Yeah,
and
this is
express
a public street,
frustration.
people. This is a
However,
thoroughfare.
according to the mayor,
And people
when
that aren't
city
involved
workers
with this
went in,
have
there
things
was
to
no
do.
law
They have
enforcement
lives. They
present,
have
and
schedules.
started to take down this encampment at this
You don't have a right to
intersection.
infringe on
People
other
started
people's
throwing
lives.
rocks and items at city workers,
Encroach
and that's when police came in.
is the word I'm looking for.
and
You don't
responded
have the right to
by
encroach on other
arresting
people's
several other
lives
people
to
at
try
the
and make your
encampment.
little
And
isolated
throughout
point.
The day, the temperature has ebbed and flowed, and we have seen
If you want to stay on the
arrests
sidewalk,
in
if you
the
want to be
afternoon as well.
non-intrusive,
In that encampment,
fly
the mayor said
signs,
at least
maybe make a little
50
bit of noise,
unhoused
that's your
people
First Amendment
had
right.
become a part
You're
of
allowed to
this.
do
So
that. You have the right to
not
gather.
only
You have the right to
has this become an
protest.
epicenter
I'm not
of
against that.
the relationship with the
If you
police
want to do it
department, but
peacefully, if you want to do
entirely
it to the point where
different social
you can get
issues
somebody's
also,
attention
becoming
without
part of
making
this.
their life
And the mayor
difficult.
said it had to end. This was not sustainable for the businesses, for the neighborhood, and so
I
that
think
was
one
the
of the most
reason
glorious things we
for
have in this
this
country is the right to
clear
protest.
out
I do
happened
not
this
begrudge
morning
these guys
beginning at 4
protesting.
a.m.
And they
I do
actually
not.
said for the homeless
It's
people who are
how
out
they
there,
do it that I
they
have
were
an issue
provided
with.
resources and the opportunity for a roof over their
Well,
head
where's
in
his
the short
mom?
term. So there were social workers out in the encampment
So what's
when this
new?
took place. But you can see
Yeah,
about
that's
an
not an
hour
excuse. You don't get to
ago, it
not be a
appears
mom
that the
3 days a
Madison Police
month.
Department decided we are going to open up this intersection now, and that's when we saw a couple of scuffles, a couple of arrests, and sure enough, the police department has opened up that intersection.
In the 4 o'clock hour, 5 people
Sure
were
enough.
arrested during our live broadcast. You saw that here. We're going to
Yeah, I thought you
continue
were
our
taking a
coverage
nap,
of
Wolfie.
This situation
Doesn't
in
seem like you
Madison
took
as
much of a
police
nap,
try
buddy.
to clear the intersection of
Sometimes you got to
Williamson
turn
and
off
Baldwin.
YouTube to
Yeah,
get a
and
nap
all of
in.
this, if you go
Trust
to
me
your
on
Fox
this.
local app, you can see a lot that's happened throughout the day, and a lot of the press releases that continue to come in from city leaders.
Mr.
We
Bill
haven't
put
seen
you to
any press
sleep.
conferences today. It's been video releases from the mayor. We haven't seen the face of the police chief, so we'll see if that changes in the next hour.
Thank you for joining us, staying with us for the very latest. Again, the Fox 6 News at 5.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to let this run like another 15 minutes. It'll be a 4-hour stream. And I've got to catch some Z's before I have to get it ready and go to work. So I think I'm going to let this run for like another 15, and then I'm going to hit the rack for a while. Didn't you say you were taking a nap? I thought you said it. Or did I? Am I mixing you up with somebody else? Is what I'm trying to say. I can't even talk. I must be getting tired. See if there's anything to watch for another 15 minutes. Oh, that's not going to work because that was a link. There's me. I can watch me. Oh, hey, how about we go back here, turn this on. Oh, it got rid of all my windows, didn't it? You suck. I got to catch this up. I don't think it's live. There's live. Okay. See if we have any sound to it. Probably not much. Let's get rid of that. There we go. All right, let's get back over here. Okay, I must have had you mixed up with somebody, Woofy. Somebody said there, oh, it was Robbie that was going to take a nap. I'm sorry. It wasn't Woofy, it was Robbie. I have you mixed up. Sorry, I'm tired. Been watching too much news this morning. Trying to catch up on everything. Like I said, I've been slacking over the last week because of my work schedule. So this morning I was just trying to, and Lady A wouldn't let me not catch up on things. She's like, this is happening. This is happening. You need to know this. You need to know this. She's beating me with information. So I'll be all right, she says, because she really doesn't care about me. She doesn't care. She doesn't like me. My wife doesn't like me, guys. I'm going to go eat worms. I got a big fat one for you. No, you are not. Man, that would be horrible, guys. I mean, they don't have much time to evacuate. And most people, and here's some advice for everybody. And we need to take it a little more to heart too, but things like this can happen in an instant, man, in a split moment. You need to have a plan. You need to have things prepared. If you've got important documents or something like that, have a portable safe that you can take with you in a minute, or have copies of them that are sitting in a briefcase or something, that if you have to evacuate in a hurry, you can grab a box, a case, a suitcase, something that has all your documents in it that can go with you in a hurry. That's what I would advise. We need to do that more too. We've tried to do it before, but when we move, everything gets discombobulated. But you know, things can happen. Tornadoes, hurricanes, fires, all this stuff. It just happens in a split moment. You don't have time to react. And if you do, it's very little precious time. And I'm sure that you want to spend that time worrying about your family and your pets and things of that sort. So have your stuff so it's easily, yes, Spokane looks like arson. Have your stuff easily transportable. So you can just run in your bedroom, grab a box, grab a suitcase or something, not even think about it. Know that all your stuff is in there, all your bank information, your birth certificate, social security cards, all that stuff is all in one place. You can just run in, grab it, and it takes about 5 seconds out of your evac time. So, yeah, that would be my advice to you guys. Have a plan. Even if you think you live in a safe area, man, shit can happen in a hurry. I feel like we live in a fairly safe area. We're up out of the floods. We don't get tornadoes here. We get windstorms every once in a while, but that's not that bad. But if a fire, you know, we're talking about a fire just a couple miles down the road from us right now that just sparked up. And if it came up over the hill quick, it would come back down our side of the hill and just swallow our neighborhood whole. We should be ready for stuff like that. So if we have to be out of here in 10 minutes, it takes less than 10 minutes to grab all important stuff. Because a lot of stuff is replaceable, but some stuff isn't. And I see a lot of these people, like during floods especially, these people end up at shelters, end up at temporary hotels, and they have nothing. They have no ID, no bank account information, no none of that, because they left it all in their house when they evacuated, because they didn't have it easily accessible. And sometimes you don't have a lot of space either. Like some people drive like little smaller 4-door cars, and all you got is a trunk to fit all your family's belongings in. So you got to pick and choose what you take with you. If you have a plan and you have everything laid out and ready to go, then it shouldn't stop you from taking the essentials, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. I'm tired. I'm not saying everything properly. I should be like Mr. Bill. Here, Rebel, talk for me. Well, if you put your stuff in a box, then you can worry about getting me out because you've got all your emergency stuff ready to go. That's what Rebel says. See, I'm stealing Mr. Bill's bit. Everybody should be ready in the case of an emergency. That is your public service announcement from Rebel the Harley Dog. Thank you very much. I now return you to your regularly scheduled video. Rebel's still got his price tag on. I need to take his price tag off. No, I won't. Shut up. He's dirty. He needs a washing. We can't put these in a washing machine, can we? No. What do you think, guys? I haven't had a bath in a while. I probably smell like Antifa. And Jeffrey's here to tell you, only you can prevent forest fires. Thanks, Jeffrey. That was important information. I'm glad I have a friend like you. Need a disclaimer now. Yeah, sorry guys, it's not a dancing cactus. I can't quite be that weird. But I do have hog riding hogs. What about that? Here we go. It's hog riding hogs, guys. Yay! Yeah, I think I'm getting tired. Yeah, this. Oh, do I have one? I used to have one on here. Let me see if I still got it. Yep, here it is. The Mr. Bill disclaimer. This restream uses fair use policies and intended for entertainment and commentary purposes only. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now back to your regular video. Oh, you think I have to do it right? Okay, let me try and do it right. Okay. Okay, well, we're doing this and whatever. And yeah, and Rebel and Haley, whatever, and yeah, we're gonna do trivia now, and whatever. I'm gonna stop. Mr. Bill's gonna whoop my ass. No, we're not going that far. I'll break a hip. You guys will watch me put myself in the hospital. That is a good question, Wolfie.
I just visualized doing lady call and Bigfoot finds him and he's running with that fucking cat.
I am not dancing, guys. That's not my gig. I can't steal everything from Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill gets the dancing. Why is this video not moving? That's gay. Why are you not moving? What if I refresh it? Is it still going to be at the same place? It is. It's still the same place. They're not doing anything. Joke.
To eliminate them as a deadly threat.
I wanted to see something else. It's not what I was turning on. Nolan, I still don't even know anything about the Nolan Wells.
99 large wildfires are burning out of control across the United States. We are still at National Preparedness Level 5, the absolute maximum. Over 5.25 million acres have already burned, and it is only the 4th of August. That is 138% of the 10-year average, and fire season runs through October.
138% of the 10-year average.
New Zealand have sent firefighters to help us. Here's everything you need to know.
Oh,
about
they're sending
today's
guys from
fire weather
Kiwiville up
crisis.
here, I guess. That's what
All right,
that just
let's start with
showed.
the big picture before we
Look
zoom
at
in on
that,
specific
guys.
areas and cities.
Is that not
As of
awe-inspiring? Can you
7:30 this
imagine
morning, Mountain Time,
the piloting
27,448
to get
personnel
that
are
giant
deployed. That includes 583
plane
ground crews,
to do that?
over 1,500 engines, and 168 helicopters. 26 Type 1 incident management teams are committed the highest level of national wildfire management, and yet the fire is still winning in many places. Here's why the weather is simply relentless. Minimum relative humidity values of just 3 to 15% across California and the inland Northwest. 3% humidity. Think about that. That is critically dangerous for wildfire spread and firefighter safety.
Yeah, we're at like 10 to 15, I think. Is that what it's showing?
100 degrees Fahrenheit are locked in across the interior West today. And a strengthening
If you guys
thermal trough, that's
see
a ribbon of extreme
right
heat
here
and
where it says
surface is the
Salem,
culprit.
I'm about
It's
40
creating a
miles
pressure
west of
gradient
Salem.
that's pumping hot, dry,
Maybe 30.
unstable
Yeah,
air
probably.
into
No,
fire
actually.
country right now. Now
No,
let's
about
move to the Northwest
25
because this is where
miles.
the situation is most
About
critical
25
today.
miles west
The
of
Northwest
Salem is where I
Geographic Area
live. So
Coordination
if
Center
you
is
see
at
Salem
Preparedness Level 5,
news,
maximum
weather,
resource commitment.
that's pretty
50
much
of
my
the
neighborhood.
nation's 99
I can be in
uncontained
Salem in a
large
half
fires
hour.
are burning right here in the Pacific Northwest. That means half of America's wildfire problem right now is concentrated in Washington and Oregon. And folks, if you are in the Spokane, Washington metro area, please pay close attention right now. The city of Spokane is surrounded, and I do not use that word lightly, by 3 simultaneous wildfires. The Old Trails fire is burning just 3 miles to the west of downtown Spokane right now. The Autumn Lane fire is 7 miles to the northwest with 2,252 new
Yeah,
acres
they literally have
overnight.
fire just about on
And the
all
Fairview
sides.
fire is burning 2 miles to the northeast, timber and grass with active evacuations in effect. All 3 fires have mandatory evacuations, area closures, road and trail closures in effect this morning. If you have evacuation orders, please go. Do not wait. Do not risk your life for property. The California Team 7 incident management team is handling Old Trails while also managing Autumn Lane and Fairview. That is 3 fires, 1 team, a reflection of just how stretched resources are right now. And there is a major criminal development out of Spokane that broke last night, and it is significant. Spokane County Sheriff John
I'm not
Niles
sure. Let me
announced the
check. We'll
arrest
see
of
where
Aaron
we
F.
are.
Farinacci.
My phone
37
says
years old.
87.
Farinacci is charged with first-degree
But that's
arson in
not. That's
connection
just my.
with the Old Trails fire, the largest
It's just
of the
my
3. According to the
screensaver. Let me
sheriff,
see what
a
my
citizen
actual weather
called
app tells
police
me.
after seeing Farinacci kneeling at the ignition site. When officers found Farinacci, he was carrying waterproof matches and a butane lighter. Investigators confirmed. Evidence at the ignition point
What a
was
shitbag. He
consistent
should
with
have never
being
let him been out of
started by a
jail. He was
match
supposed to be
or
in jail
lighter,
for
according to the
murdering
sheriff.
his grandfather or something
Farinacci
like that
is
over
a
breakfast.
convicted felon, previously convicted of manslaughter in Arizona, and is now held on
Oh,
$1 million
McMinnville is
bond.
90. Let's see what
Investigators
we
have
are out
not
here.
connected Farinacci to the Autumn Lane or Fairview fires. Those causes remain under investigation.
No, I said
Now,
Google 90,
moving
you
slightly
mofo.
north of Spokane, the Sinlahaken fire in Okanogan County is exploding in size. It gained 29,140
Yeah, we are
acres in
90,
a single 24-hour
and it feels
period
like
overnight.
90.
It now
I
stands at
don't know if it tells us the humidity
102,934
anywhere.
acres, and it
Never
is
looked
only
that up.
5% contained. Active fire behavior includes wind-driven runs, torching, and spotting with
Breathing
communication
very
infrastructure
poor.
threatened. Evacuations and area, road, and trail closures are in effect for the Sinlahaken fire as well.
The running
And listen,
forecast.
fire
Don't
weather
do it.
driving Sinlahaken Point
That's what
is
my
not
weather
going away
says.
in the next 24 hours.
Don't do it.
Temperatures near or slightly
Yeah, I don't
above
know
normal
where
for
it
the inland
says
northwest with hot,
about my
dry,
humidity on
unstable
here, so I don't
conditions
know what it is
expanding.
here.
Now let's talk about what I consider
And we
one
got
of
a
the
heat
most
advisory
dangerous
until
individual
tomorrow
fires
night.
burning
Or
right
wait,
now
what is today?
anywhere. The Little
No,
Giant
today's
fire on the
yeah,
Okanogan
today's
Wenatchee
Tuesday, so
National
we have a
Forest,
heat
30
advisory
miles northwest
until
of
11 o'clock
Leavenworth,
tomorrow night.
Washington. 59,346 acres, 0% contained. And here is
Yeah,
the
it's
fire
not telling
behavior
me
report.
anywhere what the
Extreme fire behavior, uphill
humidity
runs,
is. I don't
crowning,
understand why
and
not.
long-range spotting. That combination is extremely
Really? We
dangerous.
have 28%
Drowning means
humidity
the
here.
fire
That's
is burning through the tops
actually
of trees
on
and
par.
moving
That's not
faster
bad.
than crews can track. Long-range spotting means embers are landing ahead of the main fire, starting new ignitions far away. California Team 2 is assigned here, and numerous structures are threatened with area, road, and trail closures active. Estimated cost to date on the Little Giant fire, $14.6 million.
So I said it felt muggy when I went outside.
Moving south into Oregon now, and the scale of fires here is almost hard to comprehend. The Big Grass Fire in the Vail district of the BLM has burned 342,000 acres. 342,000 acres. That is nearly half the size of Rhode Island, folks. It gained 5,573 acres yesterday and remains at just 25%.
All right, Joe, we'll talk to you later. I'm going to be ending soon, so I probably won't see you again, but we'll talk to you later, buddy. Thank you for being here.
Single tree torching right now this morning. The Rogue Creek Complex, southwest of Fossil, Oregon, 323,951
We are due west of this right here.
At 60%
You won't see. This is on the
contained.
eastern side of the state,
This is
though.
the most
But
expensive wildfire in the northwest area right now.
we've been pretty fortunate
$49.1
until
million
like
suppression costs for
yesterday.
25 structures already
The
lost.
winds were blowing from west to east, and it was pushing all that into like Idaho and Utah. But the weather changed, and now it's all blowing our way.
274,000 acres. Active fire behavior with wind-driven
Hence me
runs,
coughing all the time.
short-range spotting, and energy infrastructure seriously threatened today. The Kaiser Canyon fire near Nespelem, Washington, 136,000 acres at 44% contained.
Oh, that's by the Grand
44
Coulee Dam.
structures have already been destroyed, $31.4 million spent, and still climbing. Now let's shift focus to the southwest Oregon Cascades, where
Now that there's
the
nothing
fire
on it, you
weather
give it back to
setup
me.
is especially worrying. The National Weather Service Predictive Services is flagging a high-risk corridor we need to talk about. A strengthening thermal trough is creating dangerous fire conditions from
Yep, see
southwest
that
Oregon
right there?
north
That's
to
us.
the Columbia River Gorge. That is a large swath.
That
of
orange
terrain
patch. So
that
there is a fire
includes
right
the
by us on
Umpqua,
look.
Rogue River, and Willamette National Forests. If you live
Yeah, that is
anywhere
literally
along that
about
Interstate 5 corridor
2 or
through
3
southern
miles
Oregon,
from us.
remain
That spot right
extremely
there.
vigilant today. We already have the
So we have a
Grasshopper
wildfire
Fire
right
burning
over
on
the hill
Mountain
from
View
us right
National
now.
Forest, 31,000 acres. Active fire behavior with backing, flanking, and uphill runs, with structures
If
and
it wasn't so
critical
nasty
infrastructure
outside and I
threatened.
wasn't so tired, I would
The
go
E.
film
Evans
it.
Creek Road fire near Rogue River, 14 miles northeast, has 15,000 acres. And the I-5 at mile marker 57 fire, yes, a wildfire right next to Interstate 5 near Grants Pass. If you are driving I-5 through the Grants Pass area today, please exercise extreme caution and check road conditions. Now let's move east to the Great Basin region, which is also at preparedness level 4 this morning. The Great Basin is seeing 12 large uncontained fires with 3 critical incident management teams committed. And folks, the fire behavior descriptions coming out of Utah and Nevada right now are alarming. 3 separate fires in the Great Basin.
Ooh,
are
it's a
experiencing
firenado.
what fire managers call extreme fire behavior.
That's a
this
fire-nado.
morning.
See it in the
The
middle?
Widemouth 2 fire on the Fish Lake National
The
Forest
fires
in
can
Utah,
actually create tornadoes
68,000
within
acres,
themselves.
0% contained.
Yeah, it is.
Extreme fire behavior, including short-range spotting,
Nothing at all,
runs,
Chunk.
and
Welcome to the
torching
show.
with
That's a new
numerous
name.
structures
Yeah, the
threatened.
cigarettes have nothing to do with
Mandatory
me coughing at
evacuations
all.
are in effect
That's
near
fake
Kenosha,
news, as Bill would
Utah,
say.
about 2 miles from the fire's current position. The Ward fire on the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest in Nevada, 8,000 acres, 0%
Honey, I am looking at
behavior
it.
with crowning that full canopy
I'm looking
fire
at it
I
on 3
mentioned
screens
earlier,
over here.
plus
My wife keeps saying, look at
wind-driven
that.
winds. 10 miles south of Ely, Nevada, along US 93,
No.
critical infrastructure is
Does it
threatened
look
this
like that by
morning.
our house?
The
No.
Black Canyon
This is
fire
Eastern
on
Oregon.
the Manti La Salle National Forest in Utah, 800 acres but growing. Extreme fire behavior with short crown runs and uphill runs near Price, Utah. Evacuations in effect. Energy infrastructure is seriously threatened, including power lines serving communities across central Utah today. And the Tartar Fire northwest of Weiser, Idaho.
Well, I could probably
107,000
literally
acres
get in
is
trouble
just
for smoking in the
13%
forest right now.
contained.
It's
Command
that
is transitioning
critical.
between management teams today as they battle active uphill
And
wind.
unfortunately, I have a bad
The
habit
fire
of tossing
weather
cigarette butts
driving
out the
all of
car
this in the
window. I
Great
need to
Basin
really
is
contain
not
that.
improving anytime soon. Here's why. Lingering
I don't do it that often. We have an
breeziness
ashtray in the
combined
car,
with the
but
hot, dry, and
sometimes I
unstable
don't
air
think
mass,
about it and I
that's
do
a
it.
volatile
And
combination. Minimum
as far as I know, I've
relative
never
humidity
caused a
values of
fire,
3
but
to
it can.
15% are forecast for the Great Basin through today. And temperatures will remain well above 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the central and southern Great Basin. The Antelope Creek fire in the
dripping.
Elko district of Nevada jumped 4,680 acres. Overnight, New Energy. So even fires that appear
Yeah, I
to
just
be
meant to go
winding
on for like
down
an hour,
are
maybe an
finding
hour and a
new life
half,
in
and
these
now I've been here for
conditions
4
today.
hours.
Moving to the
You
northern
guys
Rockies
engross
now,
me. You
preparedness
guys
level
get
4
me
with
caught up in
13
things.
large uncontained fires burning. Montana and Idaho are both seeing active wildfire conditions this morning, with 2 management teams
What?
fully committed. The
Okay,
Skillet
fine, I'll
Fire
say
on
it.
the Flathead National
You
Forest,
say it on your
15 miles
channel.
west of Olney, Montana, is growing
You get, oh, I
rapidly.
guess, okay.
It jumped
Apparently, according to my
1,176
wife,
acres
I'm
in
starting a
24
fund to
hours
get
with
her on a
active
spa
torching and
day.
spotting this morning.
That's what she just
Railroad
informed me.
infrastructure is being
I'm
threatened, along
fundraising
with
for her
evacuations and road
to
closures
go
in the
get her
Flathead
nails
Valley
done, I
area.
guess.
The Upper Smith Fire in Idaho's Panhandle, 6 miles west of Port Hill near the Canadian border. 2,300 acres and already $20.3 million spent, one of the costliest.
Yeah, now that
in
I'm watching
Idaho.
this, I'm really
New
curious
fire
what's going
activity is
on over
also
there.
ramping up in the northern Rockies. 6
But if
new
it's where I
fires
think
were
it is, we're not
reported
going to be able to
just
see it
yesterday,
anyways.
including the Griffin Fire near Ashland, Montana, which is the newest large fire.
Maybe I
in
should
that
do that,
area
guys,
this
before I
morning.
go to sleep.
Cooler
Maybe I'll
than
cut
average
this
temperatures for the northern Rockies
and go see
offer
if I
some
can
slight
see
relief from
anything
fire weather today.
from on the
But
ground
minimum
out there, let you
humidity
guys see an
values of
actual
10 to
fire going on.
20% in northern Idaho and Montana still support active fire spread. Now let's talk about the
Well,
Rocky
that's what I
Mountain region. Preparedness level 3 centered on Colorado
How do you
and
argue
Wyoming.
with me while saying the
6
exact same
large
stuff I
fires
just
remain
said?
uncontained, and one of them is the most expensive single wildfire in America right now.
Right?
The Aspen Acres Fire in Custer County, Colorado, 20 miles southwest of Pueblo on the I-25 corridor. 101,961 acres, 71% contained.
They do.
But here's the shocking number. 915 structures
I haven't
lost.
talked to any of my logging
$95
friends
million
lately,
of
so I
suppression
don't know if
costs,
it's
the
in
highest
effect
in the
right now.
nation. 915 homes and buildings
But
gone in
probably,
Custer
and
County,
I do,
Colorado.
now that I
That is a
think about it,
devastating
I've
community
seen
impact. Transfer of
less
command
log
back to
trucks
the
going
local
by
unit is expected tomorrow,
than normal.
signaling progress, but the
So
damage
they
is
may
done.
have a ban
The
right
Rio
now, and I'm
Blanco
just not
fire
aware of
is
it.
burning 10 miles south of Pagosa Springs, Colorado, along
Yeah,
the
I don't.
US 160
We're on
corridor.
a main
Active fire
thoroughfare
behavior
for
with
trucks
group
to get to a
torching,
mill,
short-range
so
spotting,
we see
and
log trucks
numerous
a lot.
structures threatened evacuations
And
in
it's
effect.
been pretty
The
quiet
Gold Mountain
today,
Fire
now
on
that
the
I
Grand
think
Mesa,
about it.
2 miles north of Array,
So
at
that may have
72%
something to do with it.
contained now.
They may not be cutting any new
$55.4
timber down
million
right now.
spent there, the second most expensive fire in Colorado right now. The
But
Rocky
the thing
Mountain
is,
region
we
has
haven't
seen
had any
8 new
lightning or anything
fires
like that. So
reported
if a
just
new fire
yesterday alone in
started
Colorado
right
and
over the hill from
Wyoming.
us, that means
Fire weather
somebody
for the
was doing
Rockies,
something they weren't
temperatures near
supposed
normal,
to.
minimal humidity,
Trees
isolated
don't just
thunderstorm threat
spontaneously
this week.
combust.
And that
Somebody was
thunderstorm
doing
threat is
something they
important.
weren't supposed to
Isolated
over there
mixed
for there
wet
to
and
be a
dry
fire right
thunderstorms
now.
are possible over the Rockies. Dry lightning that's lightning without accompanying
And who knows,
rainfall
it may
can
have been
spark new
somebody there.
ignitions
We
in
have
already
logging that
dry
goes on all
fuel
around
beds.
us, so
So even
it
as
may
we
have been
hope
somebody
for
up on
rain
a hill
relief,
trying to
the
log
Rockies
anyways.
may see new fire starts from
People
storms
think they
later
got to
this
make
week.
money
Now
regardless of
heading
the
east
risk.
to Minnesota, and yes, the wildfire crisis has reached the upper Midwest as well. 5 simultaneous
Ooh, that's
wildfires
a
are
wicked
burning on
picture.
the Superior National Forest, all within the Boundary Waters area. The Thumb, Wolf
Just wait a
Pack,
second,
Sioux,
honey, and you'll see
Bear
a
Trap,
picture coming
and
up
campfires are being
after this
managed
one
by a
that's
single
really
Type
wicked.
1 team.
That's a wicked
The
picture
Bear
too.
Trap fire is the largest at 29,770
Man, there is a
acres,
huge delay.
40% contained.
Like I have,
$17.2 million
look
spent
at
on
that
Bear
picture
Trap
right there,
alone, with
babe.
evacuations in effect near Ely, Minnesota.
I have
The Wolf Pack and
my
Sioux fires both have
channel up
evacuations.
on a
Communication
window on my
infrastructure is a
monitor,
key concern
and
in
there's
that
literally
region.
like a
Eastern
10-second
area fire
delay
weather is
between what's on
actually
my
cooler than
laptop and what's
average,
on my
but the
monitor.
forest fuels are critically dry after drought. Moderate fire behavior continues across all 5 Minnesota fires, with flanking,
So you guys are
bagging,
seeing
and isolated
things
torching reported. Now let's take a quick
10
look at
seconds or more
California, because
after I
fire
do.
season
That's
is
kind of
fully
weird.
underway there as well. 21 new fires were reported in Southern California just yesterday, the most new fires of any region yesterday. The brand new Gann Fire is burning 6
Man,
miles
this is crazy.
southeast of
Oof.
Valley Springs in Tuolumne,
Oh,
Calaveras
that
County
is
today.
wicked looking.
Active fire behavior with uphill runs, running, and long-range spotting evacuations and road closures in
Yeah, I bet. I could
The
probably,
Rock Fire in San Bernardino County near Independence, 12,000 acres at 98% contained.
Oh yeah, the wife just said in front of the fire department here in town, they say we're not allowed to cut our lawn or barbecue or anything right
California
now.
fire weather, extreme heat persisting across the
Yep.
interior valleys and inland empire through the week.
Yep, which means you can't run anything but your car. Shit, I could probably get in trouble for running my motorcycle.
Those are Santa Ana wind
Because that's
level
technically
fire
an
weather
open motor.
conditions. 100 degrees plus remains the forecast for the Central Valley.
Yeah,
desert
technically it's an open
Southwest,
motor.
And inland Southern California. The shoot fire in Nevada, Yuba,
Yes, some of them do,
Placer
Woofy. You're correct
Northern
on that.
California,
A lot of them are
162
volunteer
acres,
firefighters,
95%
which is
contained.
awesome
But
in a way
$20.7
because they
million
know the woods
already
and they know how to
spent there, a
navigate the woods.
staggering
So
cost for a relatively
that's
small
actually pretty
footprint.
damn cool that they
Now,
do
let's
that.
step back and look
Yeah,
at the aerial
they know how
support
to
picture
operate
because it gives
in the woods.
context
So
to the scale of
that's
this response.
that's actually a really cool
For
thing.
MAFFC, 130 air tankers are currently deployed.
I was thinking
That's
about
modular
being a
airborne
volunteer
firefighting
firefighter, but
systems
with my
on
health
military
problems,
aircraft.
I'd be a liability.
2C-130S from the 302nd
And the
Airlift
fact that I
Wing
have
out of
lung problems
Colorado
means I
are
can't be around
based at
smoke. So
Klamath
that
Falls,
kind of
Oregon
is
right now.
counterintuitive to being a
One from the
firefighter.
Wyoming Air National Guard and one from the California Air National Guard are at Redding, California. These military aircraft are being integrated into wildfire operations, a clear sign of how serious this situation is.
Man, there are literally
And
fires
let's
everywhere.
revisit the international support because this is genuinely
Even all the way in like
historic and
Oklahoma and
deserves a
Texas
moment.
and shit. That's
One
crazy.
15-member incident management team from Australia and New Zealand is assigned to large fires in the Northwest, plus 59 additional fire line management personnel from those countries working alongside American crews today. The United
Man, I'm
States
glad we
has
don't get them in North
international
Dakota
resource-sharing
and
arrangements with
Montana
Australia, New Zealand, Canada,
because the
and
way
South
the fields are there,
But
they would
activating
spread
that
like
agreement
so
at this scale in
fast.
August during peak fire season reflects extraordinary demand. Now let's look at the extended forecast
It
picture
gets so
because the
hot and
weather
dry
pattern
up there
is
in the
not about
summer,
to
everything's
cooperate.
just
For the
brittle.
Pacific Northwest,
And they
hot,
have a lot of
dry,
like green fields
unstable
up there
conditions
and a
are
lot of
slanting
open
to
land that
western
they
portions
graze
of the
on
region.
with
The thermal
shrubs
trough
and
strengthening over
what do you call those,
southwest Oregon
tumbleweeds and
creates
all
a
that kind of
high-risk
stuff.
fire weather
So if
corridor
we had
for
fires up in like
Cascades.
North
That
Dakota
corridor
or
runs from
Montana,
the
they would
Rogue River
spread
Valley north all
crazy.
the way to the Columbia River Gorge area. If you're near that corridor, Medford, Roseburg, Eugene, the Dalles, monitor NWS fire weather watches closely. For the Great Basin extending into the Four Corners, lingering breeziness plus
It's just
extreme
amazing
heat
how
is the
fast it
story.
gets dry around here
Minimum
because we have
humidity,
rain like
15% persists
5
through
months a
today and
year.
potentially into the next 24
And you
to
would think
48
everything
hours.
would be so
For
wet,
the
but
Rockies
what
and
it does
Plains,
is it
cooler
rains
than
and then
average
all of a sudden it
temperatures
just
in the northern and
stops.
central plains offer slight
It just
relief.
stops just like that, and all of a sudden it
Isolated
gets
wet
hot
and
and
dry
dry.
thunderstorms are possible
And
from the Rockies
everything
into the northern
grew up
plains
over
this
the
week.
winter with all the
A
rain,
stronger signal for
and then
wet
when
thunderstorms
it
exists
dries
in
out, it
southeastern
becomes instant
Arizona
fuel for
and
these
southwestern
fires.
New Mexico. That's
So
helpful.
it's kind of a
The rest of the
catch-22.
Southwest will see below average storm coverage.
Yeah, you're right.
meaning
I
no
misspoke. It is
widespread
wildland,
rainfall
not
relief
volunteer, Wolfie. You are
expected.
correct.
For the east, showers and thunderstorms will continue in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Wet pattern there. But that moisture is locked east of the Mississippi and is doing nothing to help the burning west right now. Here's
All
the
right,
bottom
guys. Well,
line
I'm
on
like
the
15 minutes past my
There is
scheduled
no
shutdown,
significant
so
relief on the
I'm
horizon
going to
for
say
fire
goodnight to you
country.
guys,
The heat dome
and
pattern that
I will
has been
probably see you in
baking the
other people's
interior
chats or
west
whatever
shows no
later.
signs of breaking in the
But
near
for right
term.
now, I'm going to go hit the
Every day
rack and
of
try and get
continued
some
heat and
shut-eye.
low humidity is
I
another
appreciate
day
you
of
guys hanging out
potential
with me as
extreme
long as you
fire
did.
behavior and growth.
Appreciate the
And
people
with
that
fields critically
contributed
dry from a
very
dry
much.
winter and spring,
Thank you
the
for the
fire
super
environment
chats.
is about as bad as it
And
gets.
I
Let
hope
me give you the
everybody
key action items
was
if you
either
live in any of these
entertained or
fire-affected
informed
regions
or
right now.
both.
Know your evacuation
If you
zones.
were, make sure you
Look
hit
it up
that
today
like
before you
button.
need
If you
it
haven't
because you may
subscribed yet,
have
I've
very
seen some
little
new
warning.
faces, some new
Sign up
names
for
today.
emergency alerts from
If
your
you haven't
county.
subscribed, please
Every
do
county in the
so.
West
It
has a
would be
system.
much
Use it
appreciated.
now. If you
I'm
have a
trying to
go
get up
bag,
to
make sure it's packed
1,500
and
here as
accessible.
soon as I can.
Documents, medications, water,
I
phone
am
charger ready
at,
to go.
I'm still at
If you are under
13.5.
an evacuation order, leave
So another
immediately.
150
Firefighters
subscribers
cannot
and I can
protect
be
you
at
if you stay behind. For air
1.5K.
quality,
I'll be very
smoke is
happy about
impacting
that. So
communities far from the
if
actual
you wouldn't
fires
mind spreading the
across the
word or
entire
whatever,
western United States.
any
Check
subscription clicks, and
airnow.gov
also
for real-time air quality index values in
Lady
your area
Patriot, Lady A,
before
Mrs.
going
Angry,
outside
however you
today.
want to call her.
Sensitive groups,
When
kids,
she goes
the
live,
elderly,
hit the
anyone with
notification
asthma
bell
or
on her
heart
channel.
conditions should
So when
limit
she goes
outdoor
live, you
exposure
can
now.
support her
And for
in her new
travelers,
endeavor.
check
That would be
511 systems in Oregon,
superb.
Washington, Idaho, Nevada, Utah, and Colorado
But yeah,
before driving.
I'm going to
Road
get out of
closures
here
from
until the next
wildfires continues
episode.
rapidly. What was open this
So
morning may be
until
closed by
then,
this afternoon.
I hope that you
Major
all
routes to
enjoy
watch
yourselves.
include
Have a
US
blessed day. Be
97
good
through
to each
Central
other.
Oregon and Washington,
And
US
Patriot
2,
on.